Okay, so today is a special day. So this is a day where we are going to be learning the philosophy of root education. I like to call it the fundamentals of being human, about understanding ourselves as a human being, understanding our inner being, understanding how our mind works. We are going to learn about how our relationship with other people works, with the goal of creating peace and happiness and good health, okay, for ourselves and for our other people. Hello, chị Nguyễn Ngọc Như. Thank you for joining our Zoom today. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, teacher. I'm glad to be here.
Okay, yeah, so we are practicing English and feel free to, all of you guys, I encourage you to ask questions, okay, and share. And if you have a chance to write, use papers and pen and draw and write whatever I draw and whatever I write. This is a course, a journey we're going to take. It's going to be 24 hours, and I hope that you can stick with us for 24 hours. And the goal is to see if we can turn 5 wishes, okay? Let's gonna say 5 wishes, okay? Or 5 dreams, okay? And we're going to try and turn that into 5 realities, okay? So for today's sharing, what I want you to do is you can write down, take a few minutes, and to write 5 things that you want. 5 wishes, 5 dreams, 5 desires that you would like to turn into reality by 6 a.m. Tomorrow, or 9 p.m. tomorrow in Vietnam time. Okay, in 24 hours. So take some time to write down 5 things that you want in life. And those 5 things um, can be in any areas of your life. Maybe it could be your health. Okay, it could be your financial wealth, health and wealth, or it could be your relationship. Okay, as I see people are still coming in and out of the Zoom, this is an introduction. My name is Frank, and I am currently studying with the WIT organization. Last year, I went through the Mentor with 5 programs, and currently I am studying the Mentor Master 4. And as part of our studying, we are going to share with you guys the materials, and we're going to do it in 24 hours. Okay. The goal is to turn our life's wishes into realities in the areas of health, wealth, and relationship. Okay, did everybody got a chance to write down 5 things? You want to share your 5 things, because you're going to keep that in mind. And as we go through the sharing, we'll see if we can turn those wishes into reality. Thank you, Ambi, for joining Zoom as well. Look at that beautiful smile right there.
Thank you.
Do you have 5 wishes? How about Marianne? Do you have 5 things that you would like to turn into realities?
Oh, I'm eating breakfast.
That's fine.
All right. The first one is I decide to join Mentor 7, but I don't know how to. That's the first one. The second one is how to manage time effectively. The third one is how to return to 20 years young. Or stay, at the 20 years young forever. And number 5 is how to how you say it, like happy, like what is it, the serenity or whatever. Like really like how to function, like like to be in the wheel stage, all the time, because sometimes I let my emotion and my thinking, get into, and try to analyze, what people was, saying and whatever. So yeah, it's another word, try to be like thinking or talking or whatever, processing everything as a child, like, okay, what it is, don't analyze, don't, use my emotion. Is it number 4 already or what? and the finally is how to like that I'm available, so I have to attract like a match, or soulmates, or whatever, yeah, husband, you can say that. And then make good monies, and I want to retire early.
Okay.
All right, so that's number 6, 7, whatever. I'm just
No, that's great. Yeah, it's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah. The state that you were that you were referring to, it's called in English, it's called the state of inner emptiness. Okay, it is space of inner emptiness. It is our true selves. We will learn that as we get to that portion of the sharing. Okay, outside of our true self is our human nature, but we have a true nature. We have a state of being that is true, and it's called a state of emptiness. It is very childlike. We'll get to that. Thank you very much, Marianne, for sharing your 5 wishes. Okay. Anybody else would like to share their 5 wishes? So the goal of us sharing these is that for each other to hold that image within our mind. So when you're sharing it, you're giving other people a chance to hold the images, hold your vision and your wishes in their mind, so that we can more easily experience that reality. They'll come sooner. Okay, so once again, thank you, Marianne, and I'm grateful for the time that you're spending with us. I'm also grateful for any family members that have to take care of whatever responsibility that you normally have to take care of, so that you can spend the time with us. Okay, let's have another person. Who else wants to share something? So we have several Tang here. We have Thùy Tang, we have Chị Tang Mazuto. Như, would you like to share any of your 5 wishes or dreams?
I'm sorry, teacher. My English is not enough to share. It's about your knowledge. I just want to be here to listen to improve more and more.
Well, I understand you perfectly. So just say one wish that you want to turn into reality. One thing that you want.
Yes, one thing I was nearly near time. I was next year I want to be a teacher. Yes, so now from now on I try my best to learn something any and many knowledge, especially about the inner peace. Yes. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, so your English is perfect. There's no problem.
Yeah,
We
anything.
understand. We understand 100%. Okay.
Right. Your English is good.
Yeah. So
I've
yeah.
been here for years and I still don't speak that good English anyway. So
I don't speak good English anyway either. Thank you for for your courage for speaking and sharing. So you want to be a teacher next year? What kind of teacher? What are you teaching?
I want to be an English teacher to take a primary school.
Okay, English teacher to teach primary school. Excellent. Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any other wish? Anything in the health or wealth or relationship?
About the realities about my health, my wealth, relationship. I think I'm more and more improve my health from I try and learn from with from with and I don't know how to say. Sorry, teacher.
It's okay. All righty. Okay, no problem. Okay, I want you to practice in the next 24 hours if you can stick with us. Okay. The more you practice, the more you are going to experience that reality. Okay. Anybody else want to share? Let's have a few more people and see what their wishes are. So, Jinyu, by sharing that dream of yours, okay, everybody in the Zoom now is going to have an image of you as being an English teacher for primary school. Okay, so thank you very much for sharing that. I'm very confident that it's going to happen very quickly, very simply. Okay. How about chị Huyền? Đặng Thị Thanh Huyền, would you care to share your 5 wishes or dreams?
Em chào thầy, nhưng mà thầy ơi, em tiếng Anh em chưa giỏi lắm đâu thầy ạ.
Okay. Okay, no problem. What about
Thank you.
Ambi? Yeah, thank you, Jin. What about Ambi? What are your 5 wishes?
Hello. My English not good,
Oh, your
but
English is good.
I think I wish my family one mind, one heart, and harmonies. And I wish I have a lot of money because
Me too.
yeah, because
Me
I
too.
want
Everybody want to have a lot
yeah,
of money.
yes. I want a lot of money because I want I have a lot of time. If I have a lot of time, don't worry about money. I will give value my value to everybody. I think so. I don't know. And that's it.
That's it?
Okay.
So anything about your health? Okay, so you mentioned family, one heart, one mind, okay? You want wealth, which is a lot of money and time. Anything for your health and any other dreams?
Yes. I want my family, everybody, um, health, better, good for health. Um,
That's good. Just
Okay.
say it like a child, like, yeah, I want candy, I want, chicken nuggets, whatever. Just say it. It doesn't have to be perfect English. Like, okay, I want healthy, good health, young forever, strong, whatever. Just say one word. Don't have to be the whole complete sentences.
yeah, thank you, in fact. I try exercise every day because I want healthy. I want my life happy with health with yeah, and that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to live forever, right? Stay young
Thank you.
forever. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'm gonna wear this, so I'm moving around. Okay.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. I
You don't
appreciate
see me, but I'm still hearing.
it. Okay. Excellent.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's
Yeah,
hear
just
from
say it. Your English is a lot better than mine. When I just came here, I don't even speak like you guys. So don't worry. And there are no judgment here. Just say it. Whatever. If you got stuck, just say it in Vietnamese, and Frank will translate it.
exactly.
Sometimes I say it in Vietnamese too.
Yeah.
Just
So
go
Thank
ahead.
Miss
Feel
Anna
free.
from
Relax.
always.
Relax. Okay.
Thank Miss Anna from you always encourage us to speak English.
yeah. Let's have one more person. Let's see if we can get one more person to share their 5 wishes before we go into the material. I want to welcome chị Ngân Tran. Would you care to say hello and share some of your wishes?
Yes. Hello, teacher. Hello, everyone. I'm a new member here.
Welcome. Thank you so much for spending your time with us this evening or this morning, depending on where you are. Have you thought about 5 things that you would like to turn into 5 realities from this study today? In the areas of your health or your wealth or your relationship?
According to me, first it's for me it's important. The most important is health, because when you are health, you can do everything. And at that time, you want a lot of money. It's very easily. The next, suddenly I want to travel around the world. That's all. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, travel around the world. Okay, so we'll keep everybody. Gonna keep that in mind. In our mind, we're gonna be seeing Miss Ngan traveling all around the world. Okay, all the countries of the world, all the
Yes.
continent, Asia, Europe, America. Okay, even Africa, even the North Pole. Okay, so thank you
Yes.
very much for sharing. Okay, my
Thank
own
you.
desire can be, I'll share my own desire as well. And it's similar to most people. What I'm interested in is ownership ownership of my inner being. Okay, our inner being, our interiority, things that go inside us. I want to take ownership of it. My mind, my spirit, my emotion, that's my inner being. I'm interested in my health. Draw this. Interested in my own health. I want to take control and be an owner of my own health, my physical health. And I want to be an owner of my relationship. Not with just my families, but also my coworker. Okay, my coworkers, people such as yourself, relationship. And of course, I want to be an owner of my own finance. I do want to be rich. I do want to travel the world too. And I want money to help other people. Right? So my wish is 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the last one is to help other people. Okay, help others. Okay. The idea of ownership is to be proactive. Okay, to be proactive. To be the one who take the action and not wait for things to happen, to be proactive. And to be responsible. So I want to be responsible and proactive with respect to my inner being, my physical health, my relationship with my family and other people. I want to be proactive in making money instead of waiting around for people to give me money. Okay? And I want to be responsible for all of that, as well as to be responsible and proactive in helping other people. That's my own wish. That's a very simple wish. And in this process, in this study, the journey we're going to take together. Okay, the journey we're going to take together. Let's put this down here. Is the way we do that. Okay, this is how we're going to do it. So what we're doing is we're going on a let's call it a journey. Okay, the idea of a journey is you walk together, we go together. I'm going to walk with you, you're going to walk with me. There are times where I may go a little bit ahead and I'll pull you along. There are times when we will hold our hand, each other's hand, and we will walk together. When we go on a journey, when we're going somewhere, we want to know where we're going, how do we get there? So we're going to need a roadmap. Okay, so we'll need a roadmap. So our 24-hour sharing is also a roadmap. This roadmap is designed to expand our inner awareness, along with a long English word. Okay, awareness. We're going to expand our awareness, expand our perception. In some instances, we will change our perception. Our perception and awareness about health, our perception and awareness about wealth, our perception and awareness about our relationship with other people. Okay, so awareness, you can use one word. Okay, journey with a roadmap to expand our inner awareness. In order to, this next part is important. We don't just expand it for no reason. The important part is the creation process. In order to create peace. Okay, we'll use later on, we'll use the word serenity, but for now, we just call it peace, health. Okay. and ultimately happiness. Okay. I assume most people want to be happy, right? Why do we want more money? Is it not to become happy, to do what we want so that we can be happy? Why do we want health? Is it not to become healthy and happy? Okay, so happiness is is something that we're going to try and create. So you got a chance to write that down already, right? So we're gonna get into it. So I'm gonna invite you all to for this journey. I invite you to think about spending all 24 hours if we can. When we start to get tired, just let me know. We will, we can take a little break. We will take little short bathroom break. We take water, drink break. If we need to take a little longer break to take a nap or something like that, you let me know. Okay. We're gonna try to go step by step, and if we can stay with it, that would be very wonderful. And it's like this. So as human being, in order for us to achieve the kind of things that we want in life, human being, we have to go through a process of learning and growing. So let's begin with this picture. You can draw with me. This is a picture of a person. Okay. This represents us. And everybody, all of us, we sort of sitting inside a shell. Okay, we're sitting inside a shell. It's just this shell is a protective shell, just like a little chicken inside a shell, inside an egg. The shell is something that protects us from harm, okay? And we can imagine that each of us is sitting inside a shell that has many layers, okay? So just imagine this shell, we use multiple colors, many layers. And each of these layers are designed to protect us and keep us safe. As human being, we like to be safe. Okay, nice little shell with a bunch of layers. Let's use another color. Lot of shell. You can think of it as a cocoon as well. Very thick shell protecting us, keeping us alive this long. And it's okay to have a protective layer to keep us safe. However, in order for us to grow as a human being, we have to break out of the shell. Okay. And so this journey that we're taking together today is a journey, a process by which we break out of this shell and we become a bigger person. So I'm going to draw a picture of a bigger person. Okay, so we're going to grow, bigger head, bigger body, arms and legs, big arms, okay, big belly button, okay, big eyes, so we can see the world, big mouth, so we can say better words. We'll be growing some hairs and feather, and think of it as antennas for us to pick up more information, okay? So we're going to break out of this shell, and this is a process of transformation. Transformation. Okay, this is a process of transformation of from something small to something big, from a little baby chicken inside the egg to becoming a mature adult human being. Now, if we think about it, all of us up to this point where we are today, we have gone through a series of transformation. We have had to grow in order to become who we are today. And for the most part, when we grow, is it not because of some challenges in life that force us to grow? Do you notice that? That it is usually through encountering challenges, difficulty, that we are forced to become a bigger person. We are forced to become wiser, to be more mature. All right. So this process is designed to help us break out of our shell of comfort. Okay. This shell is represented. It's called. They're represented by 6 layers. Okay. These layers is called self-limiting. So self-limiting self-awareness. Okay, human beings, we have many layers of protection around us to keep us safe, but at the same time, those layers also limit our growth. And in the past, the only time when you think about it, just take a moment and think about it, every time we experience some kind of growth, it is usually because we are encountering some kind of challenges or suffering, or we experience some losses. If suffering and loss didn't force us to change, then it is often bigger suffering and bigger loss that force us to change. We become wiser, we become smarter. And if bigger loss didn't force us to change, then we wait until some massive loss or some massive suffering, and we have to be forced to change so that we can really become more mature, so that we can better adapt to life. Marianne, you raised your hand, did you want to say something?
Right, I just want to say something like, so you were saying like, okay, we forced to grow, right? Because of the external forces, like, something happened in life, whatever. But I was thinking, our parents make us grow. Like, you have to grow. You can't be a baby anymore. Can't be a baby forever. Hey, you need to grow up. Do this, do that. Need to grow up. Yeah. And then and break out the cell. In other words, is come out of your comfort zones, right? Like you stay in your comfort zone so long, you're not growing. All right, so that's why you have to break to go out of the comfort zone. Just like speaking English, you think you don't speak well, but how you to learn how to speak well? You have to break out your come out of your comfort zone. Just speak it. Just say it, whatever, just in your mind, just say it. They will understand. If they don't, they say, what the hell are you talking about? Say it again, say it slowly, whatever. Okay, but just say it. That's how you come out of your comfort zones. That's one of your barrier, right? You think you don't speak English well, that's one of the barrier. Have to break it. Okay, I just want to share some. That's it. I talk a lot.
That's a great idea. That's a great thought.
I talk a lot. I like to talk. Will you let me?
No, that's great.
Okay.
We're actually gonna use that. We're gonna build on that thought, because the idea began with our parent made us grow, right? Our parent made us grow, whether we encounter difficulty in life, other people or something, but when our parent make us grow, or the challenges or the difficulty or the suffering in life that made us grow, think of this shell as like the eggshell, right? It's an eggshell. In the morning, if you take the egg and you break it from the outside, what are we doing with the egg? We are making breakfast. We are cooking. So if you take the egg and you break it from the outside, you are cooking it. You're making it food. So when we let our parent pressure us to grow, or society make us grow, or difficulty and challenges and suffering force us to grow, then we're just food. Just like the egg being broken from the outside, its purpose is to become food, right? On the other hand, if this chicken, this little baby chicken in here, was to break itself out of the shell. If the baby chicken breaks itself out of the shell, that's something else. That is life. That is birth. Right? On one hand, you let our parent, we let our parent pressure us to grow, or other people or circumstances in life force us to grow. We're food, just like we cook. Hey, my wife loves to cook egg in the morning. She would break the egg from the outside and cook it. So we are nothing but food for society. We are essentially food for our parents. But if we grow from the inside out, that is life. So instead of letting external pressure force us to grow, why not, out of love for yourself, love for your family members and other people, okay? Why not, out of love, break out of our shell so that we can become a bigger and better person, a wiser person with more capability, more power to love, to care, to make a difference in the world. Right. So what are these self-limiting self-awareness that has been keeping us very comfortable in the shell and limiting our growth? Okay. So we're going to go through them one by one. The first shell is called self-trivialization. Okay, self-trivialization. Okay, trivialization meaning thinking of yourself as not important. We're just ordinary, we're just normal. We don't need to try and make any effort to be any better than who we are. Okay, trivialization. Trivial means not important, small things. We think of ourselves as small. The longer we think ourselves as normal and ordinary and small, the longer we're going to stay in the shell, and we're not going to be able to grow and become a bigger and wiser person. Okay. The second one, let's use another color representing another layer, another big one. We tend to have the fear of failure. Okay, fear of failure. Maybe we have failed in the past. Maybe that failure caused us some pain. And instead of moving forward, we withdraw from the challenge so that we don't have to experience pain anymore. The shell protects us from experiencing pain. But as a result of that fear of failure, we never really grow. Okay? The next one is a fear of criticism. Okay, fear of criticism. So maybe we tried to do something in the past, maybe start on a new project. We try to raise our voice, try to speak English, and somebody criticized us. Somebody said, you did it wrong, or you're not good enough. And as a result of being criticized by other people, we experience some pain, and we then withdraw back into our shell. That fear of criticism protects us from being hurt. So we stay in our comfort zone and we don't move forward. We don't try again. Okay, it is a fear of criticism that oftentimes will hold us back and prevent us from growing as an individual. Okay, criticism or judgment, right? There are things like judgment. Okay. So next one, number 4, is a lack of means. Okay, lack of means. I want to possess a house, but I don't have money. No money, no means. I want to go to college, but I don't have enough money. I want to travel the world, but I don't have enough money. Lack of means. And so we ask, when will we actually have this thing that we want? Okay, the longer we perceive ourselves as not having the means to do something, we're not going to do it. Right? Lack of means is a big barrier. It is a big self-limiting self-awareness. And you will learn in this process that it's just a perception. Okay, we're going to try to remove that. Another one is a lack of knowledge. Similar to lack of mean, but in a non-material way, not lack of knowledge. Okay. Or I want to do something, but I don't know how to do it, and so I never try to do anything. Lack of means, lack of knowledge. And these two are not, they're not physical barrier. They're more like perceptual barrier. Okay. It is the perception of the lack of means. There are people who are born with no arms and legs, right? There are people who are born with no eyes or no ears, yet they can achieve a lot more than we do. Their lack of arms and legs or lack of eyes and ears is not a lack of means for them. All right, so we can compare ourselves to some of the more successful people. There are people who are born in very poor and poverty conditions, lack of money. There are people who are born in very illiterate countries, lack of knowledge, but they can all somehow broke through the barriers and they become rich, they become famous, they become very successful, and some can become very happy. So it is never a lack of means or lack of knowledge that is truly the barrier to our growth. It is our self-limiting self-awareness of means and knowledge. Okay. So number 6, I'm sure there are more barriers, but we're just going to stick with these 6 for now. Lack of future vision. Okay, lack of future vision. If tomorrow, when we think about tomorrow, if tomorrow looks the same as today, guess what? Tomorrow is going to be exactly the same as today. If next month, next year, in our mind looks the same as today, then it's going to be the same as today. And worse yet, if the future looks like the past, it's going to be just like the past. So for those of us who don't have a future vision, that is the reason why we are still the same today as we were yesterday. We haven't really gotten outside of our little eggshell, okay, and we haven't really transformed. And so in this process, the sharing that we're going to do together, this next 24 hours, is we're going to try to break through all 6 shells. Okay, no more self-trivialization, no more fear of failure, no more fear of criticism and judgment. We will no longer think of ourselves as not having enough means or knowledge, not enough money, not enough money or not enough time, right? Those are means. We will transform those perceptions and we will create a future vision for ourselves. Okay? You've already begun to do that by writing down 5 things that you want. Okay, so that is a good first step. Does anybody have any question or do you want to say anything about this part before we move on? Anybody want to share some barriers? I think somebody do. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here learning. How about at least one thing, just one of those barriers that that you think maybe have been holding you back? Does anybody want to say something? It's a good idea to identify some barriers so that we can help each other eliminate it. What are some barriers, Marianne?
Yeah, my biggest barrier is I sleep too much.
You sleep too much. So which
Yeah.
barrier are we looking at?
Health,
Okay.
maybe. Yeah. I don't know why. I just need to sleep a lot, and I blame on my gene,
Okay.
genetic, because the whole family, we all sleep a lot. Everybody say that. I don't know. So
Why does sleeping a lot be a barrier? You know, there's nothing wrong with sleeping a lot. Why is it a barrier? Why is it a problem? It's not a problem.
because then I don't have, you know, I cannot complete the task. You know, whatever I started out, I just started out like halfway, and I just leave it like that for months. and,
Okay.
then either forgot or start from the, you know, from the scratch again. Yeah, so I feel like, yeah, I sleep more than I awake. So I wish, you know, if I sleep less, and not really less, but enough, you know, in order for my body to feel you know, healthy, strong enough, so I can you know, accomplish more goals and more tasks. You know, if you come to my apartment, it's a mess. Even though it's only 2 of us. So yeah, I don't know. So that's one of my barriers. The biggest one, yeah, time management, and
you're saying the lack of
because I
means,
sleep too much. Yeah,
not enough time. You're saying not enough time.
no, I have a lot of enough time, but most of the time I just spend it in sleeping, not really doing.
Okay.
So that's a barrier. So, yeah, so I really want to, you know, correct that, you know. So yeah, that's one of my barriers.
Okay. So maybe it's a lack of knowledge of how to manage your time.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay. So you will learn to manage your time a little bit better. It is not the case of sleeping too much or too little. Okay. What's happening now is you're making a connection between sleeping and getting things done. Those things have nothing to do with each other. You can sleep as much or as little as you want, and you can still accomplish as much or as little as you want. Those two things are independent.
Really? Well, explain it to me more, please.
Does anybody else want to say something? You're smiling. What would you like to say? Nguyễn Ngọc Như.
Yes. I think I have to insist the second fear of failure and lack of means. So from now on, I think I will try to break out of break out of my limits to train to become more bigger version that I have. Yes.
Okay. So which one is it? Number two, it was fear of failure for you. That is your biggest limitation.
Yes.
Okay.
And I like I think I always think I like means to be do something. The first thing the first thing in my mind that I'm not enough money, I'm not enough health, I'm not enough knowledge, I'm not enough the I'm not enough the thought to be done what I want.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Good. Okay. So yeah, so we are beginning to identify some of our barriers. Okay, it's important to know what some of our barriers are so that we can eliminate it. Okay, and fortunately, as we go through the process to this next 24-hour, the roadmap, some of these barriers will just disappear and we won't even notice that they have disappeared. We might not even need to be aware that they were barrier in the first place. Okay. A comment to those of you who have just joined a little late. I want you guys to write down 5 wishes that you want to turn into reality, that you want to use this process into turning it into realities, okay? 5 wishes, 5 dreams. I know some people just came in late. Thank you, Chị Dung Lê, for joining us. I appreciate chị Trần Thị Thanh Hương, anh Hữu Thọ. Those of you who came in late, write down 5 dreams or wishes that you want to turn into reality so that we are going to help you turn those into reality. Okay. Okay. So we're going to move on. Okay, we're going to move on. In order to remove these barriers and transform out of love for ourselves, out of love for our family members, we're going to become a bigger, wiser, smarter person, more mature person, okay, more mature person. We're going to remove these barriers. And you can think of these barriers as 6 chains. Instead of 6 shells, imagine a rocket ship. Okay, imagine a rocket ship trying to fly out into space. Right? Imagine a rocket ship trying to fly out into space, but the rocket ship is being tied down by 6 heavy chains. And so the rocket ship could never lift off from Earth. But when you can remove all 6 barriers, then the rocket ship will be free to fly out in space. And it could be flying very far, very high to wherever you want. That is a picture of a rocket ship being tied down by 6 heavy chains. Okay. So how do we remove these barriers and turn our dreams into reality? So to make the best of this study, I want you to think of this. We need to establish a certain state of being, a certain state of learning, okay? We are here to study and to learn. And how do we do it? We do it with enjoyment. Oops. So this is the idea. Learning shouldn't be something heavy and difficult. You want to simply enjoy learning. Okay, enjoy learning. Okay, and while we're at that, enjoy sharing. Okay, enjoy speaking English, enjoy sharing, because by sharing, the knowledge will become clear to you. By asking questions, you give yourself an opportunity to receive answer. And by sharing, you cause other people to understand. It is your contribution to each other. It is our contribution to each other in this Zoom that we are going to learn, that we are going to experience the reality that we want. It's not just me talking to you guys. It's not a one-way thing, okay? It is the sharing that's going to help us experience the reality that we want. And in fact, while we're talking about learning, I want to keep in mind this idea. Just enjoy learning, and then we're going to talk about the kind of knowledge that we're talking about here is different than traditional knowledge. When we go to school, what we learn is informative knowledge. Information. Okay, when we go to school, primary school, secondary school, college, we learn informative knowledge. Kind of knowledge that, you know, will make our circle of knowledge bigger. We know more stuff. That's good. Okay, more information. Math, science, English, geology, biology, all those are information, informative knowledge. The kind of knowledge that we are learning here is not informative knowledge. They are called transformative knowledge. This is an important concept that we need to understand, that we are learning transformative knowledge. Okay, transformative knowledge. Transformative knowledge is that once you understand something, you will transform. Your perspective change, your awareness change, you grow. True growth comes from transformation, not just information. Information is important. We need that to survive in this world. But here what we're learning is transformative knowledge. Okay, so whenever you experience something new that caused your perspective to shift, then you have just transformed. We are learning transformative knowledge. So just enjoy. And in fact, then, you know, the more relaxed and enjoy that you take this process, the more likely you will transform. Okay. Okay, so that's transformative knowledge. We're going to jump into the next official part of the lesson. Okay, so I want you guys to draw with me. I'm going to draw a boat. Okay. Draw the boat like this. I'm going to draw a boat like this. Okay, like that. Draw a boat. Vietnamese boat. But this knowledge came from the country of Vietnam, so we're going to draw a Vietnamese boat. Okay. Okay. So we'll call that, we'll label it boat. If you don't draw well, you can just label it and everybody will know that it's a boat. Okay, so we label that a boat. The boat is floating on a river. Okay. Boat is floating on a river. This river has a current that flows from A to B. Okay, we call it the current. Okay, the current goes from A to B. Now you can see that if the current flows from A to B, and if you do nothing, the boat will flow from A to B. That's simple. Current goes from A to B, and the boat, if it does nothing, it will also go from A to B. Very simple, right? If this boat happened to have a person on it, okay, say, let's draw a person, maybe wearing a hat. Okay, if this person hold an oar and a person is rowing, then the boat will go from A to B much more quickly. You can see that, right? A very simple picture. The current has a flow that goes from A to B. The boat, if it float along the river on a current, it'll go from A to B. If a person is putting an effort out there, rowing, pushing the boat along, then the boat can go from A to B very fast. And if you put a motor on, an engine on, then the boat can go even super fast, right? You can put effort and power into it. The boat can go from A to B very quickly. So if you can go with the current, with flow, then they go from A to B very quickly. However, if the person was to row against the current, okay, if a person would try to row against the current or against the flow, against flow, do you think the boat can go from B to A? Yeah, can the boat go from B to A when you go against the current?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, this can go from B to A against the current. But it takes effort. There is a cost of effort, of energy. If you use a motor, you have to put in fuel to go against the current. There's a cost to go against the current. And so, yeah, you can go against the current and still get to where you want, but there's a cost. Okay, a price we pay for going against the flow. And if we were to stop that effort, if we was to stop the motor or stop rowing, then everything would flow right back to the original position. We would lose all that we have gained. Right? If we go with the current, easy going with no effort, we get from A to B very easy. With effort, we go very, very fast. We can go against the flow if we want, with a lot of effort, with a lot of resources, but we do have to pay the price for going against the current, going against the flow. So what does this picture represent? This picture represents our life. Our boat is our life. Okay, our boat is our life, and the current here represent universal principle natural law. Universal principles and natural laws. There are multiple universal principles and natural laws that direct our lives, like the current going from A to B. If we go along with the universal principles and natural laws, then we can achieve what we want. The 5 wishes. Once again, those of you who came in late, want to remind you, for the purpose of our discussion, I want you to write down 5 wishes or 5 dreams or desires that you want to turn into reality. Okay, and they can be in terms of health or wealth or relationship. And so this, we're talking exactly like this. If we have wishes that we want to turn into reality, those are our destination, right? And if we learn to grow, if we learn to go with the flow of universal laws and universal principles and natural law, then we can achieve those wishes and dream very easily, very simply. But if we try to go after those dreams and wishes and we go against universal principles and natural laws, we might still achieve it. We might still achieve it, but we have to pay the price of time, of effort, and in some cases, pain and loss. All right, sometimes we have to pay the price with pain and loss. Has any of us here had to pay the price with pain and loss for trying to go against certain principles and natural laws? We'll go into details in a little bit. But has anybody here felt like they had to pay a heavy price in life for their own maturity and growth? Have anybody experienced pain and suffering? Okay, we can share later when we get to that part. Okay, so the idea here is that there are universal principles and natural law that are directing our lives. And if we learn to identify them, what are universal principles and natural laws, and how should I align myself with it so that I can get what I want, that I can go from A to B with minimal effort and maximum result. Okay, all right. So universal principles and natural laws, okay? They direct us, they operate, they govern. That's a good word. They govern our lives, okay? And excuse me. Okay. Our lives, when we look at life, when we look at the world we live in, human beings, we have many ways of looking at life, many perspectives, but the three dominant perspectives that kind of govern our lives is the scientific perspective. Science, it's going to say science, okay? Scientific perspective or the science perspective. There are people who like to think of life in terms of science. They can explain everything in terms of science. There are people who are more prone to religion and spirituality. Religion, spirituality. Right? Some people will explain the nature of things that happen as a result or as a cause of some spirituality, some God or whatever. Okay. And then there are people who don't really aren't so concerned about science or religion, but they do have a certain sense of common logic. Common logic, okay? Common logic, common sense. Okay, common sense, or you can say morality. People have a sense of morality regardless of the religion or regardless of science. Common logic, just put a dash in there, common sense. And so what are some universal principles and natural laws that sort of operate our lives or govern our lives? So we are going to, for now, we're going to begin with a law of cause and effect. Okay, cause and effect. And then we also look at cause and condition. Let's erase that. Let's use a different word. Okay, so instead of condition, we're going to use the word affinity. Affinity. Okay, so overall, we'll just call it causality. Okay, causality. So for every cause, there's an effect. And we'll look into affinity, which has to deal with people. Affinity means the attraction between things. We're going to focus on the attraction between human beings. So the word we're going to be using a lot is causality. Okay, causality. We're going to use the scientific approach. We're going to use the religious and spirituality approach. We're going to use the common logic or morality approach. And causality is a natural law that governs all aspects of life. Okay, it governs. So, say causality. It governs all aspects of life. It governs the physical world. Okay, the physical world. It governs the religious and spiritual world. And it governs the human life experience, or human experience, or human life experience. Experience CE, human life experience. Okay, causality operates the physical world, it operates the religious and spiritual world, and it governs our human life experience. In the physical world, causality or cause and effect. Let's say we want to eat a mango fruit. If we want to eat a mango fruit that has been, let's say we grow our own mango fruit, okay? If we eat a mango and we want to eat a mango that we grow, then we have to decide what kind of seed that we need to plant. If we want to eat a mango fruit, then we have to plant a mango seed. Right? If we plant different seed, we're not going to get the mango fruit. In the physical world, if we eat a mango fruit, then we have to plant a mango seed, grow into a mango tree, so that we can get the mango fruit. It's a simple physical world. If Elon Musk wants to put a spaceship on Mars, that is a physical world, what kind of seed does he have to plant in terms of resources and technology in order to put a spaceship on Mars? Okay, that's the physical world. Science is very good at the physical aspect of the world. That is why causality, oftentimes the scientists will use causality in the physical world to try to reason and understand how the world works. Causality is also dealt with in religion and spirituality. Religion and spirituality will often ask the question, where do human beings come from? Where do we go when we die? What kind of seed do we need to plant in terms of causality in order to live the kind of life that will lead us to wherever we want? Some religion believes in the soul. Some religion believes in heaven or hell. What kind of seed do we need to plant in terms of our behavior in this life so that we will reap the fruit of, let's say, being in heaven? Okay, that is the religion and spirituality, and religion and spirituality will use causality to explain it. In terms of human experience, causality also operates out in human experience. Okay? Where does happiness come from? If happiness is the fruit that we want to reap, then what kind of seed do we need to plant in order to experience the fruit of happiness? If good health is the kind of fruit that we want to reap, then what kind of seed do we need to plant in order to experience good health? In the 5 wishes that people have shared earlier today, we all want to be rich. We want to have a lot of money. That is part of the human experience, right? To become rich, to be wealthy. If richness or wealth is a kind of human experience that we want to reap as a fruit, then what kind of seed do we need to plant in order to reap the fruit of wealth, right? How about harmonious relationship, healthy, harmonious marriage relationship, or healthy, harmonious parent-children relationship? If good relationship with our loved ones are the fruit that we want to reap, then what kind of seed do we need to plant in order to reap those fruit? Causality. Okay. All righty. So with causality, we have this formula. I'll write it on this same sheet. Okay. Good deed, okay, plus positive affinity. Affinity are kind of social condition, relationship with other people. Good seed plus positive affinity equal desirable outcome. Okay, good seed. If we want a mango fruit that is sweet, we're probably gonna have to plant a sweet kind of seed, the kind of mango fruit, mango seed that is sweet. We have to fertilize it in the kind of positive affinity and condition, kind of people, so ultimately we can experience a mango fruit that is sweet. A good seed plus positive affinity equals good outcome. Okay. Does anybody need a break right now? Do we need like a 5-minute break? Do we need a water break or a bathroom break before we continue? Yeah? Okay. Let's do a very short 5-minute break. Okay, don't take longer than that. Just 5 minutes, enough to use the restroom, get a drink of water, eat some snack or something. Okay. So the time is now 7:25 a.m. here. It's probably 10:25 in Vietnam. So let's come back in exactly 5 minutes. Okay. So gonna say be back in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. That was a 5-minute break. For those of you who came in a little later, have you had a chance to write down your 5 wishes or 5 dreams that you want to turn into reality? I want you to see if you can, would you like to share any of those who came in a little later? Would you like to share what are some of your dreams or desire or wishes that you want to use this 24-hour learning and turn into reality? Okay, so as we mentioned before, this is transformative knowledge. We're going to transform our wishes into dreams, into our reality. Hello, yeah, Jimai, would you like to share what are some of your wishes? I see you have a number, you're Mentor 6. Are you studying Mentor 6?
Yes, good evening, teacher.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I'm learning mentor 6. I just saw the message in the chat, so I want to join
So yeah,
to see your section. Yes.
yeah. So the way I am, the way that I want to present the material today is to help each person turn some desires into reality. Okay, so
Yeah.
can you think of some wishes in terms of health or wealth or your relationship or anything else? What are some wish or desire that you want to turn into reality? And we're gonna try that to turn that into reality even today.
Okay. For actually for health, this year I want to focus in my health and wealthy. For the health, I would like to finish the. I would like to run 21 kilometer
Mhm.
within 3 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, and swim 2 kilometer in the sea within 60 minutes.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah, and one more thing is I don't know how to call it, but for mental sick we need to roll our back
Mhm.
during 6 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I focused
Okay.
in order to graduate from mental sick.
Okay.
Yeah.
So beside from your dreams and your wishes, have you any barriers that you would like to remove? Do you notice anything in your life, whether you are thinking self-realization, thinking of yourself as not good enough or not, thinking of yourself as only normal? Do you have any fear of failure or fear of criticism, or do you have any lack of means or knowledge or lack of future vision? Any barriers right now that is getting in your way?
Actually, I think the barrier that I have, a little bit barrier, is lack of means.
Okay. How so?
Yeah.
Can you be more specific?
Like for example, the nutrition. I think I need to have more nutrition to.
Nutrition?
Yeah.
Okay, so for your health, you're saying that you don't have enough nutrition in order to achieve the physical health that you want?
Yes.
Is that what you're
Yeah.
saying?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, so congratulations, because in this training, okay, after 24 hours, if you can stay with the whole course of 24 hours, you will learn that lack of nutrition is not a barrier to you achieving those physical health goals. Okay.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, so you will learn to remove this little barrier. You will learn that lack
Yeah.
of nutrition is not not a big barrier to you being able to swim how many kilometers, run 21 kilometers and swim in the ocean, or you roll 6 hours on your back. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so keep that in mind. Okay, it is not the lack of nutrition that's going to be the barrier to those things. Okay, you
Okay.
will
Thank
remove
you.
that. You will remove that as a barrier. Anybody else
Okay.
would like, yeah, those of you who came a little later, anybody else want to share their 5 wishes and, identify some barriers before we move on to the first principles? Thank you very much, Ji Phương, Mai, for joining us. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me speak in the class.
Okay, yeah, keep on speaking. Okay. All righty. Hello. Hello anh.
Hello, chào anh.
He is in America.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and my husband, he is Thai.
Okay.
Actually, I also try to explain to him something that we learned
Okay.
related to money, related to the inner being, something.
Okay.
But sometimes, actually, as you know, sometimes we are so frequent. We know each other so well. So sometimes it's like a bit difficult for him to get what I want to say. That's
Mhm.
why I want him to listen to your section.
Okay. Are you,
Yeah.
do you plan, do you, I'm sorry, what's your name, your husband? What's your name?
Fu. Fu. You can call me
Okay.
Fu.
Okay.
You
Okay.
can call me Fu.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, it's more easy.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Do you want to spend the next 24 hours learning? Do you want to spend the next 24 hours learning?
Okay, great. Yeah,
What are some
yeah.
of your,
About that one.
what are some of your wishes?
Tell him some of your wishes or desire.
Oh, my wish, right? So I want to, how to say, it's like success with my jobs and have a lovely family.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. What are some barriers that you have been keeping you from getting what you want?
Yeah.
What are some limitations that have been keeping you from getting what you want?
Some about the I think about the how I say this is about the time. I think time is main reasons that I have a struggle with these situations.
Okay.
Because I sometimes the family, right? Because sometimes you need the time for family, time for our I so frankly speaking, I cannot make the balance between the jobs and family.
Yeah, time. So time is a lack of mean. It's one of the self-limiting self-awareness. Okay, so what you're having right now is you're thinking, I don't have enough time.
Yes,
Okay?
right.
Lack of time. Okay, lack of means. I'm just gonna add that lack of mean is time. A lot of people these days we think of ourselves as not having enough time to do what we really want. Okay, I invite you to take it seriously by writing down and drawing along with me if you can. So instead of just
Okay.
listening and watching, take out a piece of paper. If you have a pen, write down and draw everything that I write, so that you will actually benefit from the actual learning. Okay, so don't waste this time. Yeah, don't waste the time just by listening. You want to write down and draw whatever I draw. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll get back to this, but right now we're gonna get into the first principle, and you can start drawing the first one with me, okay? Okay. Thank you, everybody, for coming back. We had a little bit of a break, and then we're gonna jump in to the first principle. We have already established that universal principles and natural laws are the things that govern our life. And if we go along with universal principles and natural law, then we can simply achieve what we want without having to pay the price of time and effort, and in some cases, pain and losses. Okay, so what are some universal principles and natural laws? We already mentioned one of them is causality. Okay, and then next I'm going to share with you a next principle. Okay, it is called the principle of life. Okay, principle of life. You can draw that with me.
Yeah.
We're going to begin by drawing a rectangle. Okay, this rectangle represents a dark room. Okay, this rectangle represents a dark room. So the simple question, what is the simplest way to brighten up this dark room? Imagine our room is dark. What's the simplest way to brighten up a dark room?
Open the window.
Open the window. There you go.
Yeah.
you flip the switch, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Even
sure.
a 3-year-old know how to turn on to bring in the light. My little boy, even at 2 or 3 years old, by the time he can reach, I have a small switch that is the size, you know, he knows how to flip on a switch and bring in the light into
Sure.
the room. Okay, the simplest way to brighten up a dark room is to open the window, turn on the switch. You bring in the light. Okay, you bring in the light. So bring in light. Okay, bring in light. Now, when it comes to light, there is this duality to light. A duality where wherever there is light, there's no darkness. But wherever there is darkness, no light.
Yeah.
They go together, right? Wherever there's light, no darkness. Wherever there is darkness, no light.
Yes.
Now, one way to brighten up the room is to bring in light. Okay. But you can sort of theoretically say that if somehow we can bring in, we can take the darkness out, remove darkness, somehow, if we remove the darkness, the room would brighten up.
Yes.
Okay. In theory, because light and darkness has this duality. But in reality, it's simple to bring in light by turning on the switch or open the window. In reality, can we actually remove the darkness? We can't take darkness out of the room. We can only bring light into the room. Right. We can only bring light into the room.
We cannot remove
darkness. Yeah, we cannot remove the darkness. Okay. So let's keep that there for now. Okay. Next, we're gonna take a look at our life, and I'm gonna draw this this little house. We're gonna take a look at our life. On the bottom, we're gonna label this as our inner being. Okay. On the left side, we're gonna label it health. On the right side, we're gonna label it relationship. And on the top is the finance. So this house represents our life. Now, for most people, we think of the problems of life to be very complicated. We may think of, we have so many problems, we have so many things to deal with, right? But if we take a moment to sit down and simplify it, we will notice that really there are only 4 problems in life. There are only 4 areas of life that is really taking hold of us. All problems of life can be broken down to these 4 simple areas. It is, we experience some kind of problem, it is whether something is going on in our inner being, our mind, our spirit. Something is going on with our health, or something's going on with our relationship, or something is going on with our finance. All the problems of life, we take a moment and you realize that it only relates to these 4. And it is the interrelationship of these 4. Okay. In fact, if our inner being, if let's say our mental health is in trouble, it will affect our physical health.
Yes.
If our attitude, right, is it's going to affect our physical health.
Mhm.
Our inner being, it affects our relationship with people. Okay, our inner being will relate to our finance too. And
Yeah.
guess what? Our health also affect our inner being.
Mhm.
Our relationship also affect our inner being. And our finance affect our inner being. If we are depressed, our inner being, our mind, if we are depressed, if we have a nervous breakdown, it's going to be difficult to make money. But if we're happy, if we're positive,
Yeah.
we are hopeful,
Yes.
if our mind is clear, we have wisdom, then it is
Yes.
easy to make money. If we are a kind of person who have an issue with our inner being, if we are person who is angry, we're blaming,
Mhm.
if we are depressed, nobody's gonna like us. Nobody's gonna want to be around a person who has trouble with the inner being. But if
Yes.
we're happy, we're joyful, we're hopeful, we are caring, we have a great attitude, we have a great character, then people are gonna want to be around us. We're gonna have great relationship. Be that our family, our children, our co-worker, or our business partner. Right? If we're happy and healthy, if we're happy, then our attitude will affect our physical body, our physical health. Okay, so our inner being affects all aspects of our life. And interestingly enough, our health and our finance are also interrelated. So if we're healthy,
Mhm.
will it be easier to make money?
Yes.
Okay, but if we're sick, you're not going to be able to go to work. In
Yes.
fact,
Yeah. Right.
when we're sick, we take money and we have to fix our finance.
Yes.
They go down when we're sick. Right? And the same with relationship. When we are happy and healthy and we have wonderful relationship, we have a great network of friends and referral, then the opportunity for finding a good job or doing business, it's going to go up. So our relationship affect our finance. But if we suddenly find ourselves in a bankruptcy situation, we lose money, immediately we start to lose friends too.
Yeah.
Right? Rich people tend to have a lot of friends, and then when we lose money, somehow our friends tend to disappear.
Mhm. Right.
Then with our relationship, when we're having a wonderful marriage relationship, we can work together, two husband and wife, we can build a fortune. But if, let's say, we get into a divorce, boom, half of our finance goes away.
Yeah. That's
So
true.
our finance affect our relationship. Our health affect our finance, and our health and relationship is related to each other. Okay. A person who is healthy, we can have energy to play with our children. We
Mhm.
have energy to interact with go out and have coffee and drink with our friend. We can build great relationship when we have healthy. Athletes,
Yes.
super healthy people, they have a lot of relationship, a lot of great friends. But
Yes.
the moment we get sick, we stay at home, we're cut off, COVID, right? We're cut off from the rest of the world. Our relationship is affected. And vice versa, if we're in a relationship and suddenly our relationship become strained with our spouse, our marriage relationship, for example, we get divorced, that's going to affect our health too, right?
Yes. Yes.
So health and relationship is interrelated. So we notice our life is very simple, but it can look very complicated because of the interplay of all these areas. And oftentimes we will find that one thing will affect everything else. A person who finds himself in a bankruptcy situation is going to feel very bad, a lot of stress. He's going to take it out on his wife and his children. He's starting to get sick. A person who is happy and healthy is going to be able to have a healthy body, is going to have a healthy relationship and healthy finance. Okay, so here's the thing. This dark room represents our life. The darkness represent the problems in life. Problems in our inner being, problems with our health, problems with our relationship, and problem with our finance. And whereas it is simple to bring light into the room, we often make the mistake of trying to remove the darkness from the room. And how do we do that? By trying to fix the problems of life. We always try to fix the problem. Okay, it is the same as trying to remove the darkness. When we get sick, what do? We try to fix the problem, right? By going to the doctor, take medication, and we fix. Fine, we may stop being sick, but our health may not have improved. So if we have a problem with health and all we do is try to fix the problem with medicine or whatever, we fix the problem, but our health has not actually improved. So we'll eventually get sick again.
Yeah, right.
A person who is in debt and they try to fix a problem of their debt by borrowing money from another person to pay back the first debtor, yeah, you fix the problem, but you are still in debt.
Yeah.
Or if you're in debt and you work harder, some people take on a second job. Some people take on a third job. So now you're working harder. You're having less time for your relationship. We're stressing out, where our health is affected, our inner being is affected. And at some point, we're going to get sick and we're going to have to use the money to pay for the sickness again. That is because we're trying to fix the problem of our finance by working harder or by borrowing more. In America, credit card debt is a big issue. People would use a credit card and they will spend it and they will have a debt in the credit card. And then they don't have money to pay it, so they have to open another credit card to pay for that credit card.
Got it.
Yeah. And that is why fixing the problem of life doesn't actually fix any problem of life. It is the same as trying to remove the darkness from the dark room. And this is the first awareness that I want you guys to have, because it just doesn't work. Think about it. All through our lives and other people around us, their lives hasn't really changed. You keep on trying to fix the problem. At work, when a co-worker make a mistake or something, then the boss or the supervisor will come and try to correct the behavior. They can correct the behavior, but the worker doesn't necessarily become a better worker. They just fix that behavior. It is not until we learn to bring light into the room that we can actually transform ourselves. Okay? And how do we do that? So how do we bring light into the room? So instead of fixing a problem, how do we bring light into our room? And how do we transform our lives without having to try and remove the darkness? So I'm gonna invite you all to draw this house again, but this time draw it bigger. Okay, draw it bigger. leave some space on the edges for us to label. We'll draw the house bigger. Okay. In the middle, we're gonna draw a hexagon like this. We're gonna divide it into different rooms, so to speak, different section. Like that. Draw this half like that. Okay. On the outside, let's some nice color. On the outside, we're gonna write our inner being. Okay. On the left side, the English word is really long, so I'm just gonna write in vertical. H-E-A-L-T-H-L. Okay, over here we write relationship. R-E-L-A-T-I-O-N-S-H-I-P. Relationship on the top. It's our finance. Okay. Let's use the color red. Here, we're gonna write the word wisdom. Okay, wisdom. Over here, we write the word attitude. Here, we write the word character. Okay, let me know if you have difficulties reading it. Character, C-H-A-R-A-C-T-E-R.
Mm-hmm.
Over here, we write our physique, which represent our physical body. Over here is the gonna use that simple word. For now, we're just gonna use capability. Capability. Okay, and here we're gonna call it a material possession. Material. And in the middle is the word integrity. Okay, integrity. And what we're gonna do in this house is we are going to brighten it up with a bunch of candles. Let's use a brighter looking flame. Okay. There you go. How do we brighten up our room without trying to fix the problems of life? We're going to light a bunch of candles. We're going to light a bunch of candles, beginning with the candle of wisdom. Okay. Notice the inner being is still at the bottom of the house. Our wisdom has to do with our inner being. Once we light the candle of wisdom, we can light the candle of our attitude. After that, we light the candle of our character.
Mm-hmm.
We light the candle of our physique, our capability, our material possession. And when other people look at us to see we are a person who is wise, who has great attitude, great character, great body, capability, that we are even rich, they will see us as a person of integrity. That is how we are going to bring light into our life without trying to remove the problem of life.
Mm-hmm.
Because removing the problem of life doesn't remove the problem. Doesn't make our life better. We get sick, we go to the doctor, doctor give us a pill. Yes, we get rid of the sickness, but our health hasn't improved. Right?
Mm-hmm.
In relationship, some people try to fix a marriage relationship by marrying another person. And then they find the same problem and they marry another person. There are people, or at least, have you have any friends who have gone through multiple relationships and their lives haven't even ever been improved?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Relationship and health, if we just try to remove the darkness by fixing the problem or changing the problem, then our life hasn't gotten better. We haven't grown as an individual. Okay, remember that picture of maturity? In order to grow as an individual, okay, and in order to grow as an individual, we're going to have to remove our self-limiting self-awareness, and then we have to brighten up our room in these 7 areas.
Mm-hmm.
Raise our wisdom, raise our attitude and character, raise our integrity, our physique, our capability, and it will be a simple matter to attract material possession. When we have character, when we have great attitude, great character, a person of integrity, and we have great physical health, capability, meaning our ability to do things. It could mean power and influence. In fact, if we have wisdom will help us pick the kind of right attitude, the kind of attitude that is beneficial, as opposed to being negative and blaming and resentful and pessimistic. A person of wisdom will be able to pick the kind of attitude that is positive. With a good attitude, then we can develop our character, right? A person who has good character, notice it's in the relationship part.
Mm-hmm.
A person who has great character and is very influential, power and influence, relationship, power, influence, capability, and character. People are going to see that person as a person of integrity. And over here, if you notice, your attitude has to do with your mental health. Your physique has to do with your physical health. So mental health, physical health, this is our health overall. And if we have a strong body, if we have power and influence and ability, skills, it is simple to attract material possession in terms of finance or whatever. But the foundation of our being is still the inner being. Why? Because it's like this. The foundation is our inner being, right? The house, if we build a house on solid inner being, and then we build a wall of great relationship, we build a wall of great health, then it is going to be a simple matter to attract money.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, have anybody here actually know anybody or actually experienced yourself where you have spent time working on your finance?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody who work on finance, make a lot of money, and then we get sick. And then this collapse, our finance collapse because we get sick. We can't work anymore, right? We use money and we trade for health. We buy healing. We buy food, medication. We have surgery. We go on rehab. Okay. What about people who spend a lot of time making money, but they neglect their relationship, right? They neglect to take care of their spouse or their relationship with their children. When the relationship falls apart, so does half the finance, especially in divorce. You really lose exactly half of your finance. When half of your finance goes away. Okay. And if a person spends a lot of money, or spend a lot of time working and making a lot of money, and they don't take care of their inner being, without the foundation, everything collapses.
Yes.
No money, no health, no relationship. Right? That is why this house Okay, this house is called the house of total health.
Uh-huh.
Okay, or you can call it total wealth. We all want to be rich, but if we are the kind of person who is rich in wisdom, rich in attitude, rich in character, we have perfect integrity, we are rich in physique, we are rich in capability, and we're rich in material possession, then we are totally rich. Or if we have a healthy inner being, that will give us healthy body, healthy relationship, and healthy finance. These are the kind of things that will last. Whereas if all we do is focus on our finance and making money, then it is only a matter of time before everything crumbles. Okay?
Yeah.
The house of total health or the house of total wealth. Does anybody want to have any question about this part so far, or have any thing they want to share so far before we move on? And the thing is about this, these candles. So if all we do is light up just one candle, if we just light up one candle, okay, you can kind of notice that there's a shadow. If all you have is one candle, then there's still going to be darkness in the room. But if these were all candles, if we light up all 7 candles at once, just pretend that all of these are real candles, then what's going to happen is that the candles, the light from one candle will shine on another aspect, and they will shine on each other, and so there will be no shadow at the bottom of the candle. Does that make sense? If we have wisdom and attitude together, then the light from those will dispel the darkness from another. And that is why we're going to work on all 7 at once and not just any one, although we will begin with the wisdom. Okay? So those of you who came in later and they say they say hello, I'm saying hello back. I'm inviting those of you who come later to write down 5 dreams or desires that you want to turn into reality in this 24-hour marathon of sharing. Okay? All right. So, okay, let's move on. So how do we light up? Well, first of all, before we talk about and go into details about how to light up those candles, let me point out something important about these 7 candles of holistic or total health and total wealth. We're talking about the idea of being rich. Okay, so the 7 total wealth. Okay, 7 total wealth. Traditionally, when we think about wealth, we think about rich people. Okay, traditionally, we think of the rich person as somebody who has a lot of material. Money, yeah, money. Right? They have money, they have house, they have cars. In the West, they even have boats. And Bill Gates had airplanes, and they even own submarines. Okay.
Yeah.
Stuff, material stuff. Yeah, the material stuff. So traditionally, when we think of rich people, we see them as having material possessions. After a time, however, if that person were to get sick, they lose the physique, the physical health, then we wonder, is it worth being rich if you don't have the health to enjoy it? So we begin to value physique, physical health. VQUE. Okay, we begin to value physical health. We say that in order to be truly rich, you not only have material possession, but you have to have the health to enjoy it. So we look at celebrities, we start to value people like athletes, soccer player, football player, sports athlete, right? They have the strong physique and they also have a lot of money and material possession. So our idea of being rich has just expanded from just material to include the physical health as well, right? Now, an athlete may have a lot of money and a strong physique, but what happens if they don't actually know how to keep their health, or if they don't know how to keep their money? They lack the ability, they lack the capability to maintain health and wealth. Do we know any celebrity who gained $1 million by becoming famous, and in a short period of time they lose it all? They can lose all of their money because they don't know how to keep it, right? So we have to take into account the capability. If all they know is how to play football and become famous, but if they don't know how to maintain their money, a person can play football and be an athlete, but after a short while, after the prime years is over, many of them will become sick.
Yeah.
So they lack the capability to keep their physique and to keep the material possession. And we wonder, oh, okay, so that person is not really all that rich. So what we really want to look for is the kind of people who has the capability of maintaining their physical health and the material wealth. Okay, and then after a while, okay, so if the person has capability to become healthy and they can attract money, but if their character is in trouble. Have you ever heard of a scandal? Scandal, right? Celebrities, they may have the ability to make money, they may look great, they may have the ability to become healthy, but if their character has a problem, you know, they do some scandal, they can lose all of that at once. If they have a personality disorder, that has to do with their character. If they are not nice to other people, if they offend other people on the internet, right? Celebrity, all we need is famous people. All they have to do is say one wrong thing, and the entire world will turn against them. They can lose all the sponsorship contract. And so we begin to judge a person's richness or their wealth, not just only their ability to get healthy and get money, but we have to look at their character as well. Okay, so the person who has good character is a person who is worthy of us considering them as a wealthy person. But how do you maintain a good character if you don't have good attitude? So it's simple. A person, a celebrity who walks around expressing bad attitude, that is simpler to say, that celebrity doesn't have a good character. Their worth as an individual has just been diminished as soon as they express a negative attitude. And if the person who has a good attitude, it is because they have some type of wisdom that have taught them to maintain a good attitude. And then finally, when we look at a person who has wisdom, attitude, character, they have capability, they have physique, they have material, we say that person is a person of integrity. Integrity is such an important virtue nowadays that without integrity, you can't really succeed and do anything. And so if we divide this up, you will notice that this is the physical and material aspect of a person. Okay. These four up here is the non-material aspect of a person. Okay, non-material aspect of a person and material aspect of a person. Can you see that?
Yeah.
This material aspect of a person can be gained very quickly, but also lost very quickly. The non-material is a little harder to see sometimes, but once we have it, it can last longer and it can help us gain the material aspect of our life more easily. Okay. And so next we come to a powerful concept of how we can brighten up our room, lighting up all those candles. Okay. So I want you to write this down. There's material, the word material. Okay, and then down here we write the word non-material. Then you draw an arrow like this. And you draw an arrow like this. And you put the word I-Z-E. Over here, I-Z-E. So what we're doing is we are materializing the non-material aspect of our being. And we're going to learn to non-materialize the material aspect of our being. Okay? Okay. So let's consider this. How do we non-materialize a material aspect of our being? Recall that these are our 7 aspects, 7 candles, okay? 7 wealth that we have. How do we materialize the non-material and then non-materialize the material? Let's take a look at the marketing world. Okay, the marketing world, the business world. A material object is, let's say, a basketball shoes, a set of basketball shoes, or shoes in general. Those shoes have a material cost, the material value of it. The leather, how much it costs for the leather, how much it costs to sew it together, the rubber. Now you accumulate, you calculate all the material value of a pair of shoes. Let's say it costs $100 to put together a pair of shoes. If that is all it is, then it's just $100. But the marketing world is very smart. They would hire a famous basketball player and have him wear those shoes. They associate the basketball player with the basketball shoes. And now the material value is only $100, but now it is associated with a famous basketball player. They can sell those same pair of shoes for thousands of dollars. Same with a purse or a watch. The material cost of a purse, the material cost of a watch is not much. If all they do is sell the object for the cost of the material cost, then they're not going to make a lot of money. But they're able to raise the value of a material object by associating it with somebody famous. Or even if it's not famous, it doesn't have to be somebody famous, they will doing advertising, a promotional advertising, somebody wearing a watch and then showing them enjoying life, going on expensive vacation, driving expensive car, living in an expensive house. They associate the watch with the idea of being rich. Then they can sell the watch for 10 times more the price, because they have just infused non-material element into a material item, right?
Mhm.
See how see how the marketing world can non-materialize an object by infusing non-material quality to it. Okay, think of any possession in your own home. Do you have any item that you, maybe an old t-shirt? I have an old t-shirt, okay, that is over 20 years old. The material cost of the t-shirt is, $5. Over time, after 20 years, it's worn down, it costs 50 cents. But I keep that old t-shirt because it has a value that is beyond the material. It is the t-shirt that I was wearing when I joined a certain youth group in college. There is sentimental value. There's a word sentimental value to it. And I keep on wearing it. I keep on saving it. It is now 20 years old. And to me, that shirt has more value than the $5 shirt that I originally bought it. Same with old cars. In the United States, cars that is 50 years or older is considered a classic. It is a collectible item. Cars by itself is a material object, but through time, the material value would decrease. The parts in it would start to break down. But if you can preserve the car past 50 years old, then instantly it gets raised to a level where it is considered a classic. It is a collectible item. Eventually it becomes an antique. Then so they can sell the car for 10 times the price because it is a collectible and antique. That's what they do in the physical world, in the marketing world. Okay, so how do we do that as a human being? How do we raise our own value as a person? Let's take, for example, we are interviewing for a job. Right? We go to school, we learn a set of skills. Those skills can be considered capability, right? Capability. We may have a certain physical strength. Okay, so we go to school, we learn a certain skill, we have a diploma, we have a certificate of achievement, that we have a license to perform a certain job. That is our material value as a person. We send in our resume, our job application, and the person who interviewed that will look at our job application, look at our capability to perform the job, and that is our material worth. And in their mind, they have a certain price that they're going to pay us to work. But if we can go into a job interview and we show that person that beyond our ability to perform the job, we are also a person of good attitude. We are a team worker. We can show them that we are a person of good character, that we are wise, that we're a person of integrity. Then do you think that we will have a higher chance of being hired? Do you think that we will have a higher chance of asking for a higher pay? Right? In fact, if all we have is a certificate of achievement or a diploma or some kind of license that we show to the employer, then 10,000 other applicants also have the same thing. Because we went to school and a bunch of other students in the same class also have the same diploma. 10,000 other students in other schools also have the same license. So how do we compete against another person who has the exact same capability of us, same education, same capability, same material value? The only way we can set ourselves apart and above another person is to demonstrate that we are a person of better character, better attitude, and better wisdom. When I go into the job interview, I don't show my resume because the employer already see that. They already see my resume and my license. But I tell that person, oh yeah, by the way, I'm the kind of person that will pick up a piece of, trash along the hallway when people don't notice. I'm the person who will clean the equipment. I'm in the medical field, so I say I'm the person who will clean the equipment when I have some free time. Many other people don't do that. I am the person who likes to arrange my workstation in a certain way. So when I talk to an employer, I demonstrate that I'm a person of wisdom, good attitude, good character, and integrity. So I have just raised my value as a person, the non-material value. Okay, so that is one way that we can raise our non-material value as a person. One way we can light up the candles of our room. Okay, let's we can do that with our own family. Okay, how do we raise our own material? How do we raise our own value as an individual in our own family? Some of us here cook for our family. Okay, I appreciate those of you who still have your camera on. That is now near midnight in Vietnam. Some of them may have gone to sleep, but I appreciate those of you who are still here. We're going to try and stay awake for the next 24 hours.
Oh,
okay. But some of us cook. Some of us cook for our family. If all we do is cook the dinner and put it on the table, then that is the material cost of the dinner. Okay. Paul, do you cook or does your wife cook?
oh, normally sometimes cook, but
Okay.
also we are still mostly she's cook, but
Okay.
sometimes.
Okay. So if all you do is cook the dinner, then the
Yeah,
material
right.
cost of the dinner is the ingredient, the time you put in, and whatever energy, electricity, or fire that we put in. That is the material cost of the dinner. And if all we do is present that dinner as it is, then whoever eats it is going to receive only that much in the value. But if we know how to non-materialize the dinner, there's a way we can non-materialize the dinner. When we buy the ingredient, if we think about where the ingredient comes from, the kind of process that people have gone through into making the ingredient, and then we can transmit that back to, let's say, our children, our family member, tell them that, oh, this meat has been raised, have been processed from a cow that has been fed by organic grass that has been grown in a certain country. We can infuse non-material qualities to it. And at the same time, we can share a story about the kind of attention and love that we have put into the dinner. I'm doing this because I know that you enjoy this particular meal. And today is a special day. Even if today is no holiday, today is Tuesday, you can tell a story about Tuesday. Right? In English, each of the day has a meaning. Each of the day has an origin. You can just cook dinner and tell a story about the day, or tell a story about the ingredient. If we can tell our children, we can teach our children that this meal has been created not just by mom and dad, but it has been created by all the people who have grown the food, who have processed the food, who have transported the food, who have packaged the food, who have put their time and money and effort and love into the food. And so we should eat this food with gratitude and honor. Then you just turn a bowl of rice or a bowl of beef soup or whatever into something that is much more valuable. And then in that moment, we have just raised our relationship with our family and children just because we just cooked dinner. Whereas previously, all we did was cook dinner and throw it on the table. Now we cook dinner with intention, with wisdom, with attitude. We can teach our children and ourselves the attitude of gratitude, so we can learn to appreciate the food that we've created. Our children and our family will see us as a person of character because we are now paying attention to the food, all the people have to come into creating that food. They see us as a person of capability because we now have more understanding, ability to create the dinner with deep understanding. We have just materialized the non-material aspect of ourselves. We have just raised our value as a human being, as a person. Okay, what are some other ways that we can raise our value as a person? What do you think?
Right. In the at our value, right, by material, right?
So how do you think you can raise your material value and turn it into non-material values? In other words, we take what we already have, right? Our physical material value is this stuff. Our capability of physical material. How do we turn this material stuff by infusing the non-material stuff such as wisdom, attitude, character, and integrity? Can you think of any other way? It's okay if you don't, that's fine, okay? And then next, so in addition to raising our non-material value, we can materialize the non-material, okay? So the other part, okay? So earlier we just talked about how the marketing world and how we can take the material stuff and turn it into non-material. Now, what we're trying to do is we're going to take non-material and turn it into material stuff. How do we do that? Simple. What we're doing here. What we're doing here is we're taking non-material stuff. We're talking about wisdom, we're talking about attitude, character, and integrity. These are non-material stuff. But what I'm doing is I am packing it into a presentation and I'm sharing with you. By packaging it and sharing it, I'm expressing my attitude, I'm expressing my my wisdom and my character or whatever. And if I can cause you to also experience the kind of non-material reality, then I am essentially materializing it. And in the process, in this 24-hour sharing, okay, the goal is for each of us to walk out with our 5 wishes. It is in our head right now, right? Our wishes and dreams, those are the non-material stuff right now. Some of us have material wishes in terms of our finance and our health and our relationship. It is still in our mind. It is still non-material. But once we go through this process, we're going to turn them into reality. Then they become materialized. Once we understand through this process of causality, the principles, and the natural law, we're going to be able to experience our wishes and dreams as real. We will have health, we will have good finance, and we will have quality relationship. Okay, so this process is a process of turning non-material element into material. Okay. Okay. So in order to do that, so we already talked about the principle of light. We talked about the law of causality and natural law of causality, cause and effect. So I'm going to talk about one important principle that is going to help us turn those wishes into reality, okay? To turn those non-material ideas into physical material reality. we'll talk about this and then we will practice it immediately. Okay, it is called the principle of mental activation. Okay, principle of mental activation. It begins with a lesson. Okay. A lesson is something, anything new that you have just learned. Okay, a lesson is something new that we have learned. From that lesson, it is important that we identify our impression of it. Impression is something that we feel that we deeply resonate with and we find it to be applicable, that we can use right away. And ultimately, the ultimate value of any lesson is if we have any realization. Okay? A realization is answer to long sought question. Okay. Principle of mental activation. Remember that we talked about the idea of going with the flow. Okay, going with the current. There are universal principles that are operating and guiding our life. If we learn to go with the current, to apply universal principle, then we can get to where we want with minimal pain and losses. Maximum result, minimal pain and losses. So one of the universal principle is called the principle of mental activation. And if we follow this principle, if we use this idea, then we will more simply experience the transformation between my wishes and desire to my reality. So take a moment and kind of review what we've already, what we went through. Okay. We talked about idea of transformation, of breaking out of our shell on our own, proactive. That is life, as opposed to being broken from the outside in. Being broken from the outside is you're cooking an egg, become food. But breaking from the inside out is life, birth, okay, purpose, maturity. We talked about the self-limiting self-awareness, 6 barriers, that if we can remove these barriers, then we can simply break out of our shell. It is transformation, it's breakthrough, okay? Breakthrough. And then we went into this idea of the current, universal law, universal principles, natural law. Go with the current, get to where we want. More effort, get where we want faster. With a motor, get where we want even faster. We can go against it, fine, but we pay the price. Pain, suffering, losses, time, money. Okay. And the moment we stop the effort, we go back to where we were before. And we talk about the principle of light. Okay, we talk about the dark room, duality of light and darkness. Wherever there's light, not enough darkness. Wherever there's darkness, not enough light. And human being, we make the mistake of trying to remove the darkness all the time by trying to fix the problems of life. We understand that life our inner being, our health, our relationship, our finances are really all there is to life. That's all the problem. And they are very simple and they are interrelated. And because of the interrelatedness, sometimes it feels very complicated. But you sit down and you just kind of analyze, you realize, oh, most of the time it's probably my inner being. Okay, something's going on in my mind that is limiting, causing all the other problems. And if I stop fixing the problem, learn to bring in the light, then my life can become better. I will be able to turn those 5 wishes into 5 realities by applying the principle of light. And how do we light up our house? We light up our house with a picture, this. Okay. We work on our wisdom, we work on our attitude and character, and we work on our integrity, physique, capability, and material. That is why the mentor are being, encouraged to do a lot of physical exercises. Okay. And we learned that our house of holistic or our house of total health and wealth can only be supported with a foundation of inner being. Okay, if our house is not supported with our inner being, then they can easily collapse if we don't have that foundation. And in order to brighten up the house, we want to work on all of them, not just any one area. There are people who are very good at just exercise, but they don't really develop the attitude, the wisdom, the character. And that is why they don't really have a life that we can consider totally wealthy. We begin with material possession. We develop our physique and capability. These are material aspects of our person, of our being. We work on our non-material aspect of our being, our integrity, our character, our attitude, and wisdom. We learn to materialize the non-material, and we learn to non-materialize our material aspect of our being. Okay, so that is the sharing so far. Let's take a moment and share what you have learned. And this is an opportunity for everybody to turn on the cam again. I hope you're not asleep. Turn on your cam. Tell me, what lesson did you have learned today? And out of those, multiple slides, which one impressed you? And if there's any realization. Realization is like a light bulb. This idea of a light bulb. Aha, it's like the aha moment. Okay, I realized something. Okay, that's the idea of a light bulb. But yeah, let's practice activating our brain. So Paul, can you tell me what are some lesson that you've learned, and out of all the things that I said, which one impressed you the most? I need you guys to interact. We need to interact in order to experience that transformation. Mai, are you still there? Phương Mai, are you still there?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me? Paul?
Yep.
Yeah, so what are some lessons? What are some of your impressions?
Impatient, right?
From what we've learned so far, what is something that you have just learned, and what impressed you the most? What do you find to be most appealing?
I think the interesting for me, the principle of light.
Okay.
That for me is fantastic that you can expand the easy. Actually, it's the simple thing to be the sample for what we gonna do for to make understand more about the principle of light. So how we can make the how is it can make the light into our house, into my house.
Okay.
Simple that balance everything and can. So I think some also about the wealth. So everybody needed for wealth, right? For wealth and about the seven wealth, and I think it's that my impatient about this that we just learn from you, and then just that you explain to me, and the thing that I think is more valuable for me.
Mm-hmm. So have you, now that we have learned the principle of light, do you notice that have you been trying to remove the darkness from the room in any areas of your life?
Yeah, I think that I think I need to, how I say that, remove the darkness to my room as well, or my house as well. So as we talk, we have to add candle so into the room, because as when we talk, we cannot remove the darkness. We have to add the light.
Mm-hmm.
So but I think we have to actually there should be we cannot make it all, like this is for the 7 or 8 light. We have to start one by one, right? Or I think I try to start one by one, that make it light is I say that step by step, that increasing the light to remove the not rapidly, it's just like this is step by step to add the light into my room.
Mm-hmm. Which areas of life do you consider having most darkness in? Which area of your life? Is it your health? Is it your finance? Or is it your relationship? Or your inner being that is in darkness, if you have any?
Health is very important. Because we are, as people who are almost 50, we consider about the health. We are consider about the health because our age is about almost 50 already. I'm almost 50 already, right? So for health is my top priority for me.
So far, what have you done about your health?
Oh, actually, I'm trying to. Before, I'm the person who just I'm try to how to make it busy all the time too, and then no time for exercise, no time for life, no time for walking, no time for burnout. So, and then now for this year, I'm trying to fix the target with the time for exercise. So as my plans for 5 days per week. So and then about 1 hour per day. That's my plan to improve my health, and also that's not only exercise, also about what we take, or what we eat, and I try to that the control about the food good, health good, or also and something that not avoid some food that really not good for our body. So and we that should be my point to improve my health.
Okay, good. Okay, I think you may be going along the principle. Okay, I think you are on the right track. I think you're going with the flow. So good job. Okay. Okay. Before we move on to the next topic, I want to appreciate chị Hiền Vương Thúy Hiền, huh? Thank you for keeping your cam on and staying awake. Would you care to say something and share your lesson, Miss Hiền? The only other person I see who's still awake is Vương Thúy Hiền. Would you like to share your lesson and impression today? Or if you have any question? Chị Hiền nói tiếng Anh giỏi không?
Chào anh ạ. Em nói tiếng Anh cũng bình thường thôi.
Yeah, go
Just a
ahead.
little bit.
Yeah, go ahead and speak English. Go ahead and speak English. We're all students here, so.
I'm sorry, I'm just a newbie and I would like to be the observer first.
Okay. Well, at least
Yes.
did you learn anything so far? What are some lessons that you have learned so far in this sharing today?
I'm sorry, I was late.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
When did you come in?
I
What was
think
I
just
talking
half
about?
an hour ago.
Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. Okay. Were you able to write down 5 wishes? What are 5 wishes or dreams that you want to turn into reality today? Jihin, what are some of your wishes that you want to turn into reality today? Hello, somebody in the back.
My
Huh?
husband.
Hello. Yeah, what are some of your wishes that you want to turn into reality? I'm going to try to help everybody turn their dreams into reality today. Okay. Would you like to share some of those? What is one thing that you have been wanting?
It's my turn to speak.
You or Jihin or either
I
one?
wish. Oh, that's a good question.
What is your wish?
What was your question?
My question is, what are some wishes that you want?
My wish is to be rich. Voilà, to be honest.
Be rich?
Yeah, to be honest, to be rich with my work.
Okay.
I mean to successful is my own business.
Okay,
It's
your
my
own business.
biggest wish. What else? I say being happy for the decades and decades with my wife. My second wish.
Okay.
And after that, stay healthy for long, forever.
Okay.
Because this is minimum forever. This is the minimum I wish is always for minimum forever.
Okay.
That's already 3. For 2 more, I need time for research. But this is
Okay.
my biggest wish is that, yes.
Okay. Okay. So were you able to hear the lesson so far? Did you find anything new so far in what I have just shared earlier today?
Okay, to this, I'm not good listener. I'm just arrived. And my wife just showed me the lesson. I'm just coming, and I'm really a newbie.
Okay, that's fine. No problem. Okay. Jihin, do you have anything else you want to say? Any new lessons that you have just learned? Or what are your wishes?
My wish? You wish, you have to say.
What do you want?
Em không biết nói bằng tiếng Anh như thế nào anh ạ.
Okay, you can say in Vietnamese and I'll translate it back. Tôi chỉ mong muốn cái gì?
Em muốn là làm chủ 4 khía cạnh chính ở trong cuộc sống của mình, về nội tâm, về sức khỏe, về mối quan hệ và về tài chính, và học được 7 sự giàu toàn diện.
Okay.
Hơn nữa rằng là em mong muốn được là em sẽ học tập và về sau em và chồng em có thể cùng đồng hành với cả ngôi nhà của Ít ở châu Âu anh ạ.
Okay.
Vâng.
So you want to...
Hiện nay thì bọn em đang ở Pháp.
Okay, okay. So Ms. Hiền just said that She wants to take ownership of the 4 areas of life: the inner being, the health, the relationship, and the finance, and to be in how do you say, walking the same journey with the Witt family in Europe. Currently, they are in France. Okay. Okay. So thank you for saying that. By sharing that, you help us keep a mental image of what you want. Okay. So by sharing your dreams and desire with other people like that, it will help us achieving that dream and desire a lot more faster. Okay. That is one of the principles that we'll cover later. Okay.
Thank you very much for translation.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, just keep practicing. Speaking English as much as you can. Okay. All right. Anybody else want to share anything? Mai, were you on? What are your English is pretty good. What are some of your lesson impression and realization so far?
Oh, okay. Actually, I just have to take my daughter to go to bed, so I cannot take the whole lesson. But what I learned, let me see. Actually, the impression that I have today is when you have when we have some problem, we don't try to solve the problem, but we need to turn on the light. We make something beyond the problem. That is what I impress.
Okay. Yeah. And how do we turn on the light?
We can turn on the light by 7-11 wisdom.
Okay. Yeah. There you go. These are the lights. 7. Yeah. 7
Yeah.
holistic wealth, or 7 total health and wealth. Okay. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. So, it is important that we get some benefit out of each interaction. Okay. It'll be a waste of everybody's time if we just listen and we get nothing out of it. That's why I encourage all of you to draw and to write things down. Okay. Anybody else want to say anything before we move on to the next part? Thank you, Ombi, for being on the Zoom. Thank you, Chị Hương Bùi. Would you care to share your learning today?
Dạ, em chào thầy Vương, em chào các thầy cô ạ. Em thì tiếng Anh em biết viết tiếng em nghe thì em nghe được, nhưng mà giờ nói tri thức này thì nói tiếng Anh em chưa nói được.
Okay.
Thì nói tiếng Việt ạ.
Okay, all right. Stick with it, and I'm very grateful for you guys taking the time to stay with the lesson. Okay, to keep on listening. Okay. Anybody else? Ambi, I know you're there. Would you care to share what your lesson and impression so far?
My English not good. Today I'm here because I want receive how to I learned my life. I want my life better to tomorrow. I I don't have vocabulary for inner being. I think I say Vietnamese and
Okay.
you.
Okay. Go ahead, speak Vietnamese. Actually, I think you have it. I think you have the vocabulary. Just say like, you know, man, what Marianne said, just say like a little kid. Just pick whatever word that comes to your mind.
Yeah, thank you. Mm. And I think I stopped sharing now because I nothing in my mental.
No problem. No problem. Okay. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
Does anybody need a 5-minute break? Do we need a 5-minute break? No? Okay. Let's move on. Okay, so let me put this aside for now in order. Okay, let's put this aside over here. I'm going to move on to another powerful principle. Okay, so 5, which will stay here. This one goes here. And make sure we put things in order. Okay. Okay, so we're going to begin with this word. Realize. Okay, realize. Or realization. That's why in the principle of mental activation, there's that word, realization. Answer to long sought question. Now, when it comes to realization, they are the small realization that we have from day to day. Okay, we have, you know, the small one. Small realization that we have from day to day. And then there are the big sort of ultimate kind of realization that that people experience, that's sometimes called enlightenment, right? Enlightenment. Big words like enlightenment are usually reserved for ultimate, total realization about the truth about everything else. People usually refer say the word enlightenment for the Buddha, right? And if people are religious, or to be awakened. So for people who practice Buddhism, the word the Buddha means the awakened one. To realize something, to be awakened. To realize something or to awaken to a new reality is to have a kind of understanding and a knowledge and a way of looking at things that is totally different from what you have before. It is another word is paradigm shift. Okay, it is a paradigm shift. When your paradigm, which is your perspective in life, the way you think, when it shifts, you experience a transformation. And it begins with a lesson. Okay. Often, in fact, it is often the lessons of life that will give us a new reality. Not so much experience. People tend to value people who have a lot of experience, especially those who have experienced a lot of pain and suffering and challenges in life. We go through life, we experience challenges, sometimes we experience pain, sometimes we experience suffering. And as a result of those pain and suffering, we come to a certain realization. But it is not the pain and the suffering that has value. It is actually the lesson after those pain and suffering. Think about that for a moment. A person can go through life and experience pain and suffering and pain and suffering, but they don't actually transform until they get the lesson, until they realize something. Right? It doesn't matter how long we have been living in this world. What matters is when we actually realize something. That are the transformative moments in life that make us grow. We can do something again and again and again, the same thing over and over and over. We can experience pain and pain and pain, loss and loss and loss, but we don't grow until that moment where we realize something and our perspective shift, our paradigm change, we become enlightened. We essentially wake up. It could be small realization, it could be big one. Small one could be tying the shoes. When my son first learned to tie the shoes, he struggled in the struggle. But it's not until he realized that, oh, if I put my finger on that two laces, then I can tie the rest of it. And from that moment of realization, that lesson, every time he ties his shoes, it's easy, simple. Right? That's an important point. It is the lesson in life that causes us to have a shift, not the suffering that goes before that. Some people value pain and suffering a lot. But it is not the pain and suffering that it has a value. It is the lesson. So if we go back to the idea of that transformation in the shell, it is not the pain and suffering that we have experienced in life that has any value. It is a lesson. So instead of suffering pain and loss, some people like to figure it out on their own. Right? Some people like to experience it for themselves. I like to figure out for myself. That's fine. But it's not the pain and loss that has a value. It is the lesson that you've learned after the experience that has the value. That is the transformation. So if you, like some people like to go against the current, like to row against the current, right? Against universal principles and natural law, and they will experience pain and loss, and they won't learn anything until the moment where that realization comes in, and then they will turn the boat around and they go with the current. And then their life will change. There's a saying that a smart person learns from their own mistake. A smart person learns from their own mistake. A smarter person learns from the mistake of other people. Right? We look around, we see other people make a mistake, we avoid, we don't want to make the same mistake. But it is not the mistake that actually induced the learning. It is the lesson that we gain from the experience that that has a value. Because we can make the same mistake over and over, or we can avoid the mistake and make other mistakes. Right? We can avoid this mistake. Okay, let's do that, not do that again. And we do something else and we make another mistake. And we do something else and we make another mistake. Same thing we learn from other people. We see that person make a mistake, and so we learn to avoid that mistake. Fine, we can avoid that mistake. We can get lost and we can change direction and get more lost. But we will not go right until we know the right direction to go. Do you get that? It is not the lesson that, I'm sorry, it is not the mistake that has the value, it is the lesson.
Un cours en anglais. Un cours en anglais. Je fais hier.
So here's the idea. A person who learns from his or her own mistake is a smart person. A person who learns from other people's mistake is a smarter person. But the really, really smart person learns from the success of the successful people. If we learn from the success of successful people, then we can avoid all the mistakes. We can avoid the pain and the suffering. We can save the time. We essentially go with the flow. So learning from the success of the successful people help us avoid pain and suffering. Why? Because it is the lesson that has a value, not the mistake, not the pain and suffering. I hope you get that point. And that is an important concept. It is the lesson that gives us a new reality, not the mistake. And so that is why it is important that we experience the realization. It is important that we apply the principle of mental activation whenever we learn anything, when we are exposed to new things. We review the new stuff, and we find anything applicable, we apply it. And if we have any long sought question, from those long sought questions will come a realization. It is the answer to a long sought question that will give us a transformation. Okay. And so let me rewrite this this principle. So in order for us to have a realization, we need to have inquiry. Inquire, oops, sorry. Inquiry, long sought question. Okay. So we begin with, in order to experience realization of anything, I-N-Q-U-I-R-Y, inquiry. We need to have inquiry. Okay. Those inquiry, and then there are different questions. Sorry, Q-U-E questions. Questions are simple question. You know, what's for dinner? How's the weather? What's your name? Those are just simple questions. They have answers, but those answers aren't transformative. Okay. Simple questions don't necessarily transform. It is the inquiry that will bring us to a realization. Realize, okay. Let me draw that one more time. Okay. Okay. So let's see, I can take a picture. Realization, okay, comes from inquiries. Q-U-I-R-Y, which are more complex than the simple questions of life. Okay. The idea of inquiry. In order to experience, once we come to a realization, we will understand how things work. Okay. We come to understand. From understand, we experience transformation. Transformation is a change. Okay. New ways of thinking, new ways of doing. The Buddha had an inquiry. The Buddha, when he was young, he was a prince. He lived in luxury. He lived in power. He has everything that any young man would want. But when he saw people who die, he saw people who suffer illnesses, he saw people who grow old, he asked the question, where does suffering come from? Where does suffering come from? And how can I alleviate suffering? Because he had everything. He had health, he had riches, he had wealth. But eventually he see, oh, you know, even rich people eventually would get sick. Rich people will eventually get old and die. And so where does suffering come from? And what can we do to avoid it? And so that's why the Buddha went on a discovery journey with a question, an inquiry, the kind of inquiry, a driving inquiry, where does suffering come from? How do I end suffering? And so one day he meditated, he sat down, meditated, and he awakened. He came to a realization. He had the answer to the question. Okay. So we're going to focus right now on the idea of inquiry. When we ask a question, there is actually two directions. Let's use two directions to our inquiry. There is a positive inquiry, and there's a negative inquiry. Okay, this is called the this is a principle, a little short. Okay, alignment. Principle of alignment with desire. When we have an inquiry, it has a positive and negative direction. And it's like this. Positive and negative. Okay, what happened is that we have desires. If we have a positive inquiry, we are aligning it with desire. If we are negative, we are against desire. So remember, that's why I asked us, everyone here, to write down 5 desires. Okay, 5 things that we want in life. And we are going to determine how we have been approaching our inquiry about those desires and determine if we are going with or against. Because if you are aligned, remember principles and natural law, if we align our inquiry with our desire, we're going to easily go from point A to point B. We're going to easily achieve what we want. But if our inquiry is negative or against our desire, we're going against the flow, chances are we're going to either not get it or it's going to take a lot of effort. We have to pay the price with pain and suffering in order to achieve our desire. And the moment we stop the effort, we will lose it. This principle is very powerful and very important. Okay. Positive is aligned with, okay. Yeah, aligned with. And negative is against the desire. So this part is an important part where we will interact. Hang on, let me just check. Just before we go to that, let's just a little bit of discussion, a little bit on the realization. There are different ways that a person come to a certain realization. We mentioned before, personal experience is one way, right? Experience, pain and loss. Another type of let's use another color. So one is experience. Okay. This other one is contemplation. Contemplation. We just think about it. Contemplation. Okay. And the other one is study or learn from other people. I mentioned earlier, a smart person learn from their own experience. A smarter person learn from other people's experience. The smartest person learn from the experience of successful people. You study, you learn from the study of other people. And once we acquire the knowledge from the successful people, we can contemplate it. Okay. Sometimes we can just sit down and think about a problems. You can think about a problem. Oftentimes, a lot of famous scientists and artists, and they will do this. They would think about a problem overnight or something like that, and then boom, in the morning they wake up, they come to a realization, they have the answer to the problem. Okay, so that's important to kind of recognize that our realization come from either experience or by thinking about it or by studying. And here we're encouraging you to learn for the success of other people. The material that we are sharing today come from the sages, people who have come before, people who have experienced successes in relationship, in health, in finance, and they have packaged it. That's what I'm doing. I'm packaging it into a lesson that I'm sharing. That is a materialization of the non-material value of something, which is knowledge. Okay, knowledge and understanding. And so I'm gonna go back to the positive and negative inquiry. Okay, so your desires. Let's interact. Anybody still awake? We have 5 desires. The only person who seems to be awake right now is the person on Hian's cam. Who wants to interact? Please give the states of realization. So there are small realization, there are big realization, there are the big ones that we call enlightenment. The ultimate one we call awakening. Okay, those are not that all that important. The idea of realization is to receive an answer to long sought question. Okay, so Trương Ngọc Bửu, right? You ask a question, please give the states of realization. Yeah, different states of realization, the small one that we experience from day to day, how to tie a shoes. We just struggle with tying the shoes, and the moment we learn how to tie the shoe, that is a realization. Okay, oh, I put my finger on there and I can tie my shoes. Same thing with tying a tie. Sometimes, when I first learned to tie my tie, it's always too short or too long. The moment I realized that I have to put my finger in a certain spot, then tying my tie is much more simple. And oftentimes, experience a certain realization will allow us to stand above life's problem. It is not so much that you solve the problem. Oftentimes you can stand above life. You can transcend the problem, so the problem no longer affect you. So with my own experience, I used to forget my keys inside the house. I used to forget my keys inside. So I would take my key, I would leave the house. I would forget the key inside the house. I would turn the lock on the doorknob and I would close the door. I would lock the door. And as soon as I locked the door, I realized I forgot my key. The key is inside the house and I have just locked myself out with no key. And so I've been asking, okay, so how can I, my question, how can I not forget my key? I keep on asking, how can I not forget my key? And one day I had a realization that instead of worrying about remembering or forgetting my key, I just changed the type of lock. I changed my lock so that in order for me to lock the door, I had to use the key to lock it from the outside. So whenever I leave the house, I turn around and I close the door and I forget the key inside. I realize, oh, I can't lock the door. So I have to take the key so I can lock the door from the outside with the key. Whereas previously I just twist the little button in the back and I lock myself out of the door. Now I have to take the key with me in order to lock the house from the outside. And that's because I came to the realization that, oh, I don't need to worry about remembering my key at all because I just changed the way the lock works. I was able to stand above my problem. And that came about as a result of an inquiry, a long sought inquiry. Okay, why do I keep on forgetting my keys and how do I prevent myself from locking myself out of the house? And I came to the realization, oh, I just need to change the lock. So Mr. Trương Ngọc Bửu asked the question, asked me to translate the three different states of realization. The Vietnamese word triệt ngộ, đốn ngộ, và giác ngộ. Giác ngộ is a simple word that just means a realization. Đốn ngộ means a sudden realization that cuts short your inquiry. Okay, people can go through life and they inquire about something and they never achieve a state of realization. What we're doing here, we're trying to cut short your realization so that you don't have to waste a lot of time contemplating on yourself. And triệt ngộ is a word that means total and complete realization. Okay, so I wrote it here. Okay. Total and complete realization, awakening, enlightenment. Okay, in Buddhism, people believe that the Buddha came to total and complete realization about everything and everything. Okay, for us, all we need to come to a state is a state of total realization about human life and experience. Human life and experience. It is possible to come to a total and complete understanding of how human life and experience work. It is possible to come to a full understanding of how happiness works, how to achieve whole health, how to achieve harmonious relationship. And instead of experiencing pain and suffering and figuring it out on your own for years after years, people spend many years trying to find happiness. People spending many relationships trying to find a perfect match. We are going to try in the next 24 hours, try to cause each of you to have a full and complete realization about human experience, about health and happiness. Okay, so once again, thank you so much, Mr. Trương Ngọc Bửu, for reminding me to explain the 3 different states of realization. There is the simple, small realization that we experience throughout the day. There is the sudden realization that cuts short our inquiry. And there is the total and complete realization where we understand everything about a certain aspect of life. So let's interact. Mr. Boo, can you speak English?
Yeah.
Okay, since you are
Yeah.
asking, so please, let's, were you able to write down 5 desires? So as part of this practice, I invited people to write down 5 things. So can you share 5 things that you want, whether it is in your health, your wealth, or your relationship, or anything, 5 things that you want, and we're gonna
Yeah.
turn it into reality. So name 1 thing.
Yeah. Good health. Yeah.
Mm.
Good. I mean, harmonious family happiness. Yeah. Relationship. Yeah.
Okay.
5
Anything?
things, teacher.
Yeah, 5 things. Anything else?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. First, good health. Healthy family.
Let's make it a little bit more specific. Okay, when you say health, what aspect of
Yeah.
health are you looking at?
Yeah. Physical health.
Mm.
Yeah.
What about
And
physical health?
yeah. Harmonious husband and wife. I mean family relationship. Yeah.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah. A good job. Yeah.
Good job.
Yes. Let's see. Healthy state of finance. Yeah.
Okay.
4, right? Already? Yeah. 5. And one more. Yeah. I'm thinking. Yeah.
With,
So
with the relationship, okay. Let's go with relationship. Okay. Can you be a
yeah.
little bit more specific? What are your
Yeah.
inquiry? What are you asking about your relationship?
Mm,
Ask a question about relationship.
yeah. How to maintain a good relationship with co-workers. Yeah.
Okay. What about your health? What are some questions that you want to ask about your health?
Yeah. How to how to run 21 kilometers.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
When you say with the relationship part, when you say the relationship part, did you have any do you have any specific co-worker in mind that you want
Yeah.
the relationship with? Is there a specific person, or is it everybody in general?
Yeah. Everybody in general. Yeah.
Okay. 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 Anything else with your so in terms of your health, say say the question again.
Yeah. How to run 21 kilometers, half marathon.
Half
Because
marathon. How to run.
I suffer asthma. I mean, it runs in my family, so it's hard for me to run. I the the furthest distance I could run is just only 12 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
For me, asthma is a big problem because it's whenever I run over 10 kilometers, it's hard to breathe. Yeah.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah.
So asthma,
Yeah.
by the way, would you say that remember the first one, would you say your asthma
Yeah.
is one of these one?
Yeah.
It is maybe a lack of means, right?
Yeah.
It's a barrier for, is that a barrier for you
Yeah.
when it
Yes.
comes to physical health?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So do you notice that when it comes to running more than 10 kilometers, you have a certain awareness of a barrier, which is in terms of your asthma.
Yeah.
But you are able to ask the kind of question that align with your desire, which is how can I run 21 kilometers? Do you have a good image of what that looked like?
Yeah. So I just keep practicing. Every day I try to walk 3 kilometers and run 2 kilometers. I keep and I say to myself that if I do it frequently, it doesn't matter if I can run 21 kilometers, but if I do things every day, that means frequently. If I go jogging frequently, my health will improve, and that's good for my asthma. That's good for my, my health.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
So it seems that you are, because you are a mentor 6 student. So it seems you have.
No, mentor 5. I met you in Phú Quốc
yeah.
in December. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. You are applying the principle very effectively. Okay. You are inquiring along the line of your desire. Okay.
Yeah.
Is anybody here new that would like to interact with us? Somebody who's not already a mentor. I see the what the person on Vương Thúy Hiền Zoom. What's your name, sir? Can you go ahead and unmute?
Sure. Okay, my name is Arno. You
How
can
do you
hear
say
me?
that again?
Arno.
Arno. Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome and thank you so much for taking your time. What time is it over in your place?
Paris, it's 6:45.
In the PM, in evening?
Evening, yes,
Okay,
evening.
all righty. Thank you for so much, and I appreciate your family members and anybody else who has to take care of your
Thank you.
responsibility while you are studying. Okay. So, what are some of your let's pick one desire.
Yeah, I follow what our friends mentioned now about the kilometer and sport activity. I think my wish is to never give up, find a way to never give up what I'm starting doing. And I think for me, it's very interesting to know how we can be the way to be not negative and to be positive, to not give up anything we start. Because cultural in France, it's okay, it's not blaming the French people, but not easy. But I mean, when you start something, mostly you find more people against your new activity than people support you to push you to go further and to be better. Then finally, when you start something new, you gain more enemies than friends. Until you win the marathon or you win something, after everybody support you, wow, you are the best. But before, you are more sharp against you than people support you to do further and better.
Okay. So let's see if we can borrow some more of your own experience or your own personal wishes.
Yes.
Is there any areas of your life, is it your health or your relationship or your finance that you would like to transform?
Actually, I'm happy with my love is okay. My age is not too bad, but yes, I really wish to have a better social statute, better revenue. This is the thing I wish to change as soon as possible. I think a lot of people do also.
So your finance, right? Your money?
Yeah, the finance that's not good actually, and I wish to change. I'm on the way to change. I did a lot of things to change it, but we're waiting for the success.
What is a question that you have been asking yourself about your finance?
Oh,
what are
I
some
don't know
questions? Inquiry, yeah. What have you been asking yourself or saying to yourself about your finance?
In fact, I never asked myself like this. I asked myself to do some things, but never blame myself about my situations. Then I cannot respond really straight your questions because I know my finance belongs to me, but wherever I adapt myself to my situations, then even I don't have the money, I'm still happy. This is not, it's not a shame to be poor. It's an experience of life to be poor, and after we can be rich again, it's okay. Then I'm flexible about everything. Then I don't find feeling any guilty about anything I did. I just try to collect myself to not be in this situation anymore. I don't know if I respond to your questions correctly,
Okay,
but
okay, that's fine, that's fine. So let's do this, okay?
Mhm.
So let's see if, let's set aside the great experience that you've already have, all the success, okay? Think
Mhm.
about 5 people that you care about beside from, let's say, your wife, okay? 5
Mhm.
people that you are concerned about, you care about, 5 people,
Okay.
okay? And go ahead and write it down.
Yep.
Yeah, just 5 people.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay.
5 people. Yep.
Pick the one that your relationship is least, satisfactory. Of those people, pick the one that your relationship with them is the least what you happy with. Which of that person are you least happy with?
Okay, the first one, the best one. Okay.
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 You don't have to name the person. Okay, you don't have to
Mhm.
name the person, but you can circle that person. Okay, now write down 5 words about that person.
Okay. Un, deux. Okay. Okay.
Okay, go ahead and
Mhm.
share the word. Don't have to share the person's name, but what are those 5
Yep.
words that you have said about that person?
For this guy, name is Gael. He's a good friend of mine. He's always happy. He's always hard worker. He's always adventurous. He got royalty, I think in English, royalty.
Okay.
Royalty,
Loyal.
and also always available for helping people.
Okay. Sounds like a great person.
He's a great person, yes, yes.
Yeah. So why is that person the least, why are you least satisfied?
Maybe I don't understand the word of least.
Yeah, the least. Find a person that you're least happy with. So, okay, so right, the person, so the people you are happy with, those are the great people. Find somebody important that you are not happy with. Okay, find somebody that is important but that you are not happy with.
I'm sorry. I was really
Yeah.
focused about the wrong side. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Not
We don't need to
everybody.
we don't need to transform our relationship with somebody who's already great. We're gonna try to transform our relationship with somebody who's
Sorry.
a great, yeah. So
My
yeah,
English
give me a
okay, okay.
person. Yeah, let's find a person
Okay.
whose relationship with us is not as satisfied, right? We're not happy with that person.
Okay, give me a second. I guess that
This is gonna be posted on the internet, so don't post the name. Okay, don't say the
yeah,
name.
of course, of course. Okay, this one is never happy, always blaming. Also, always comment by the bad way. If you do something nice, it's always comment by you should do that, you have to do that. Always using, and also try to control control myself by this own point of view.
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay.
This is opposite than guy I told before, of course, yes.
Okay. So what are some And your relationship with this person, is it, do you want your relationship with this person to be better?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because instead of that, she's a really good person, but in fact, she's reacting back. It's not like jealousy or something like, some people sometimes they act by the bad way. They're scared to lose the connection with someone, and easier for them to look a victim than to be a hero. There's this person, she's always happy to show the victim statue to get more love, more attention.
So
Even that she's a good person, but if we can change her to switch to this meaning to another one, it'll be a great relation.
okay, good. So you want a better relationship with this person,
Yeah.
right? So let's go back. What are what are some inquiries you have been asking yourself, or have you been asking that person? What are some inquiry that you have been asking this person, or have you
In
been
fact,
asking yourself about this person?
yeah, I try to change my way to approach to
Let's
pass
start with the
over
question. Let's start with the question. What are some
the
questions
questions.
that you have been asking yourself about this person?
My
Question is
question
like
is,
how, what, why. Those are the questions.
what can I do? Yes, what can I do to change
Okay.
her, this person? I mean,
Can I do to change her?
yeah, what can I do to change her? And that this is a question. I think I don't think something else about that. But no, this is my question. Yes.
Okay. What are some other question? Any other question?
Any other questions? Also something like, what can I do to be the right person she's expecting to get?
Okay, that's a different. So those two
That's a
questions,
different,
that's two very different questions.
different question. Yes, yes.
Yeah. Interesting. There are two questions going on here. One is that what can I do to change her? The other one is what can I do to be the kind of person that she expects?
And the third question is that I want to change myself to be another person to make her happy because I have to stay myself.
Okay. What kind of question have you been asking her? Have you
No. What a question. Yeah. I
what
don't
kind of
think I
question have you
asking
been
anything.
asking her? Do you talk to her?
No, not like that, because I discovered that not long time ago. I
Okay.
just analyzed it a few days ago what the person is, and I didn't do any actions to change anything or something.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you very much for sharing that. So I just noticed that on the one hand, okay, you're saying that what can I do to change to become the person that she expects? That's one way. And then you also have the question, in fact, the first one that you came up with.
Yeah.
The first one is the more true one. How can I change her?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I think I'm talking about the business like a win-to-win. My idea is if you want to change the person, you have also to accept to change yourself. Maybe I don't know if it's right or not, but because we cannot ask somebody to change fully if you don't do any effort. This is my way to things. Then an example is you cannot ask your wife to lose some kilos if you don't accept to lose yourself some kilo. I mean, that means it has to be win-to-win to make everyone happy.
Yeah. So that's good. And let me share with you one another, I don't know, principle or truth about life. Especially with people who have a lot of love and they want their loved one to, become better. And it is this truth. To want to change another is the beginning of suffering. Okay. To want to change yourself is the beginning of happiness. So in your case, it's very interesting because you kind of have a mix, right? You kind of have a mix of wanting to change another person and then wanting to change yourself. To change yourself is the beginning of happiness.
Yes.
If you are going to go to work on changing yourself, then you are actually going with the flow. You are going along with principles and natural law. But at the same time, there is this counter effort. There is this effort that is going the other way. The current is this one. The current wants you to change yourself so that you can be happy. But there is also the effort that you're trying to do. You're rowing against the current and trying to change another person. Nobody wants to be changed by another person.
Yes.
And that is why the inquiries. So on the one hand, you have a wonderful inquiry, how can I change myself? That is aligned with your desire. Okay, if your inquiry is in alignment with your desire, you're gonna get it. But at the same time, you have a negative inquiry that is counteracting your positive. So they cancel out. And that is why your relationship with this person hasn't really improved or hasn't transformed over time. Consider that. It is only when you give up the desire to change another person, when you can give up the desire to change another person, only when you focus on changing yourself will you be happy. And in fact, if your friend, this other person, sees a change in you without being pressured without sensing that you want to change her, then her likeliness of change would be higher. Did you get that? When we see a person as a
more
problem,
details.
so there's a beauty in this. There's a beauty is that you can change another person.
Yeah.
Without wanting to change another person. If we maintain a strong and expressive desire to change another person, what we're actually doing is we're going against the flow.
Yeah, okay.
We're actually going against the principle and natural law. When we maintain that desire to change another person, we're actually going against the flow. And that is why it will counter our effort to change the positive aspect. It will counter our effort to change ourselves too. And because of that contradiction within us, we can't keep it going. So if we can, this is a wonderful, wonderful moment. This is a crossroad. At this moment, if you're willing to let go of your desire to change another person, if you're willing to let go of the desire to change another person, you learn to see other people as having no problem. Because when you're trying to change the person, we're essentially doing what? We're essentially, what is that house? Where's that house? Oh, here we go. When we're trying to change another person, what we're trying to do is remove the darkness. What we're trying to do is remove the darkness from the room and expecting the room would
okay.
brighten up when we try to change another person. And it doesn't work. That is why our relationship with that person hasn't transformed. As long as we maintain that desire to change another person. So from this moment, we can bring in the light. We can bring in the light by accepting that the person don't have a problem. There is a possibility that there's no need to change the problem. As long as we see a problem, as long as we see darkness, we're going to try to remove the darkness. If we see another person as having no problem, no need to change them. We're just going to work on ourselves. Okay, we just go to work on ourselves by lighting up 7 candles. We're going to work on ourselves by lighting up a candle of wisdom, becoming a person of positive attitude, great character, integrity, physical capability, and material possession, becoming a person of light. Then naturally, one day that person will like, ooh, this is the person who is really cool, really great. Then maybe they will want to change themselves. But we have to begin with the willingness and the desire to let go of the desire to change another person. Stop trying to remove the darkness. And for those who have successfully done this, who have realized this, okay, it is a moment of realization. They realize that, oh, that person has no problem. I don't need to fix them. I just go to work on myself. And then after time, by transforming myself, the other person just start to change, and we didn't have to do anything. This is transformative education, not informative education. This is transformative knowledge. Did you get anything out of that little interaction? Yeah.
Okay, thank you for this information. Great to know.
Yeah, your inquiry. So, why is the person like this? Why is the person like that? How can I change another person? That is actually going against what you really want. What you really want is for that other person. What you want, okay, what do you want for that other person? What do you want for the other person? That person. You want her to be what?
To be happy, to be to enjoy the life, to enjoy everything.
There you go.
To
Okay,
make the
so
life
you want
simple.
her to be happy. Then ask the question, how can I help you be happy? Instead of asking, how can I change?
Okay.
Yeah. How can we?
Simple, just do it. Yeah, of course.
And so that is going to lead into our next lesson, which is perfect lead into the next part of the sharing. And thank you so much for that interaction as well. That was great. Okay, so we're gonna write this down. Great stuff. Okay, so we are going to use a new piece of paper, and we're gonna write down. Let's see. Okay.
You can go through.
This. No. Too big. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Consider all the stuff that we know, right? Consider all the things that we know. Okay, I'm gonna draw a circle.
I'm sorry to bother you. I have sorry, just because it's actually in Paris, it's a dinner time.
Okay, that's fine.
And we like to know how can we share these records? Can I have opportunity to have these records and
I
reading
think I
later?
am, yeah, I will record this. Do you want to eat while we're gonna continue the lesson? How long do you
Because
take?
my wife started the courses before. I'm just starting, and it's really interesting for me too. And also
You know
that
what?
too
That's
because
a
it's in
good, you know
English.
what? Let's take a break. Let's take a dinner
Hmm?
break. Okay, you take a break. I will take a break. I will go eat as well. Right? How long do you want to break for?
No, I think tonight we
Oh, you
cannot
leave.
stay longer
You're not
tonight. Yeah,
staying.
sorry.
Okay. Okay.
I'm very apologize. I'm very impolite.
Okay.
Can I have any chance to meet you another day or another time? Another,
Well,
yeah, another day.
I share this every Wednesday evening at 6 p.m. in the Pacific time. Okay. Let me do you have Telegram? You have Telegram, right?
Yeah.
Let me you're not even on your own computer. This is somebody else's phone or
You can use this contact, yeah, sure.
yeah, let me share with you the link to my Telegram, and then you can join us every week. I do this every week.
Ah, super.
Where's my link? Let me get the link. Group info, link.
Where's my Telegram?
Where's my link?
I got it.
In
House of Youth.
the invite. Yeah.
I got your Telegram, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So if you join the Telegram every Wednesday evening in the United States at 6 p.m.
Perfect.
And then Vietnam time is 9 a.m. So we'll talk more about this. Okay.
Excellent. You very kind. Thank you very much.
Okay. All righty.
Hey, I forgot to say Happy New Year. But thank you very much.
Happy New Year. Okay. All righty.
You take care.
You take care.
Thank you, sir.
If nobody else is on the Zoom, I'm going to take a break as well. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to take a break. Let's see how long I want to break for. When we were talking about the realization and the direction of inquiry, inquiring along the line of our desire versus inquiring against the line of our desire.
Right, you're right. Positive and negative, yeah.
Yeah, you were here when we were talking about that, right?
Right.
Okay, great. Okay. So let's take one of your desire. Okay, let's take one of your desire and see if we are inquiring along the line of or against. Which one do you want to work with? Which of your desires do you want to interact and work with before we move on to the next lesson?
How about time management?
Time management. Okay. So time management.
Yeah.
Okay. When you think about time management, what are 5 words that come up that you can think of with respect to time? 5 words that you think of when you think about time. 5 words or 5 phrases.
I wasting a lot of time. Wasting
a lot of time.
Yeah, wasting. I have a lot of time. I have a lot of time because like I said, my daughter grow up and so she's very independent and I'm just by myself. So I mean so I have a lot of time, but I just don't know why. Where does it go? So wasting a lot of time, cannot complete the task. So it's all negative, okay?
Yeah.
Now we have to turn it to a positive. So cannot complete the task.
The wasting of time, cannot complete the task. What else are you talking to yourself about? What are you saying to yourself about time?
Sleepy. You know, I'm always sleepy. I just don't know why. I can sleep anytime. people said I'm blessed with sleep. So some people cannot fall asleep. I just fall asleep anytime, anywhere. So you know, and I wish I'm not that sleepy, so I can be, you know, more. So I'm not efficient. You know, not productive enough. You know, according to my standard. Right. So not productive, not proficiency. So those are, is it 5 already? Wasting, can't complete task, sleepy, not productive, not efficiency.
Okay. So time is not a problem. You have plenty of time.
Yeah, I have plenty of time. You know, I don't have to cook every day. So yeah, my daughter, you know, she's like, she, you know, grow up here in America, so she doesn't like a lot of Vietnamese food anyway. So most of the time, we cook or we have, you know, American food. So it's very easy. You know, sometimes I just order out, things like that. Cause you know, I can afford it, you know. So yeah, and like when I look back and analyze, like, what do I do with time? So I work 8 hours sometimes. Yeah, sometimes 10 hours, but most of the time is 8 hours. So let's say I work from 7 to 7 to 3. That's 8 hours, right? I went home. I take a like 2-hour nap. I just fall asleep on the couch, and then get up, and then fix something for dinner, and then after that I just you know, browse the. Yeah, I think most of the time I spend at least 1 or 2 hours on Facebook, you know, checking messages, Facebook, whatever. And then you know, and then I joined the exercise group in the evenings, or like noon in Vietnam. You know, like so when I'm done exercising, it's like about 11:30. Sometimes they go all the way to midnight. Then you know, just, you know, ready for bed. So usually I fall asleep like about 1 in the morning. And if I have to work the next day, then you know, I have 6 hours of sleep. But you know, I wake up, you know, feel fresh, energetic, because of the you know, exercise, the workout. Yeah, but I mean, I have a lot of plans. You know, like I have to finish my CE. I have 30 hours CE to do before I can renew my license. And then books. I bought like a lot of books, and I never completed. I only read like half of the book the most, and then just stay there forever. And like I said, for this 21 days course, with Master Tuan, I couldn't finish it either. I can only do it like 10 days, and that's it. I give up. You know, I just don't know. That's it. Yeah. All right. So
that's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of different desires that you've just told me. A lot of desires. Let's
yeah,
pick one.
undesire.
What is one desire? What is one thing that you want? Out of those, things that you want, what is one thing that you want to go to work on? What do you want to transform?
Let's work on be more productive.
Being more productive.
Yes.
Okay. Can you be a little bit more specific? Because that too is a little vague. Okay, you see how it being more productive about what? What are you trying to produce? The word productive means produce. What are you trying to produce?
I need I just feel I need more time.
No, we have already established that you have a lot of time. So you don't need more time.
Right, but I still can't complete, all the tasks.
If I give you 100 hours a day, will you still be able to complete all the tasks? Or will you end up sleeping 20 instead of 2 hours nap?
Right, exactly.
So it's not a matter of time. So you don't have a lack of time. So you say you want to be more productive. Let's narrow it down and see if we can come up with what you really want. What is it that you really want? Be productive at what? Pick one.
I guess be strong.
Strong. How do you mean strong? Physical or mental?
Like physically strong. I think my mental health is very good right now. Like I'm at peace. I have a good job that I don't have to worry about, monies. So financially stable. I save enough for retirement. Paying off the property that I have in Southern California in OC. So I have a property there, and hopefully when I retire, I will go there. Because job is very competitive in OC, so that's why I decided to stay here in Arizona. And my daughter can go to charter school here with this free, so a lot of benefits staying in Arizona. That's why I decided to stay here.
Let's stay focused. Let's stay focused. You get on the tangent.
No, I losing track a lot.
That's
so.
fine. That's fine. No problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's
I'm
redefine. Let's redefine what you really want. What is it?
Mentally stable, health, financially stable, mentally good, in the good health mentally, but the health, the physical health.
So you want to work on your physical health.
Right. Okay. So I mean, if I'm healthy and energetic, then I can do more.
What are some words? What are 5 words that you can come up when you think about your physical health?
Positively or negatively?
No, right now, your physical health. What are something you're thinking about when you're thinking of your physical health?
Tired all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, being tired. Even though I sleep a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm 58. Not that young anymore. So being tired all the time. And I have a history of peptic ulcer. Yeah, because of the a lot of stuff, but so yeah, man, it's acting up, on and off. So yeah, that's about it.
What kind of question have you been asking?
I want more. I want to have more energy, like
But you're saying that's what you say, that you want to have more energy, but what kind of question have you been asking about your health? Because a question, the kind of inquiry that we've been asking ourselves will help us arrive at a realization, which when we understand will cause us to experience a transformation. Okay, what kind of inquiry have you been asking of yourself about your physical health?
How can I be more energetic?
How can I be more energetic? What other question have you been asking for yourself?
No, that's the only thing right now. I need to work on is energy.
Okay. Okay. All righty. So let's stay with that. Okay. How can I get more energy? Let's keep on. I think that is a positive question that is aligning with your desire. Okay. Because if you have more energy, what would that make available to you?
Time.
More energy equal more time. How does that work? You only have 24 hours in a day, so no more energy doesn't necessarily make more time.
More energy, more energy, the happier, maybe. Yeah, because I mean, if I have energy like I'm 20 years old, I will accomplish a lot of tasks and I would be happier.
Okay. So meaning more energy, you can do more.
Right.
Given the time that you have.
Yes.
It is not the case that we don't have enough time. It is the case that we want more energy so that we can do more with the time that we have. Okay. So from now on, you don't need to start saying things. You don't need to continue saying things that I don't have enough time, because I can give you 100 hours a day, and without energy, you still wouldn't use any of that time.
Right.
All right. So at least from this little interaction, you can lose that inquiry and how do I make more time? So instead of asking, how do I get more time? How do I have more time? Or why don't I have enough time? Time is no longer an issue. Issue here is energy. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Did that come as any new realization, or is it just information?
I guess both new information and new realization.
So I hope that you realize that it's a question of energy, not the question of time. Okay?
Energy.
Yeah, so we're gonna work on see if we can help improve your level of energy so that ultimately you can be more productive now that the word makes sense. Okay, but when you say I want to be more productive, what do you want to produce? With more energy, you can do more, right?
Right.
Accomplish more. Then you can ultimately be happy, be healthy, be physically healthy. Okay, so it's going to be a question of how you raise your energy. Okay. And you're in the right place. We're going to work all about energy. Everything we're going to talk about from now on is all going to be about human energy. Okay. Yeah, we'll save that. I wanted to say more about energy, but we'll save that for later part of the sharing, because we'll go directly into that. But it is important that we share the next part. You know what? I want Ambi to interact.
Is Ambi awake?
Yeah. Let me see if I can get Ambi to interact.
Where are you, Ambi? Are you in Vietnam? We can't hear you.
Yes, I hear you. We are together.
Are you in Vietnam or are you?
Wait me. Em Việt Nam.
I know, but I mean, like right now, where do you live?
I live in Garden Grove.
Oh,
Yes.
so it's a daytime now. Okay.
Yes.
So Ambi, okay.
Yeah.
One desire. What is one desire that you want to transform and experience a new reality?
I want speak English fluently.
You want to speak English fluently. Okay. What kind of things what you have been saying to yourself about speaking English? What are 5 words or 5 phrases you can think of every time you think about speaking English?
I study vocabulary a lot. And I communicate with everybody. And yeah. When you ask me,
So when somebody speak to you in English, okay, or when somebody speak to you, what comes up? What are you thinking when it comes to somebody trying to speak to you in English and there's a need to speak English? What are you saying to yourself? What's happening in your mind?
I'm worried.
You worry.
Yes, and no vocabulary, no work, no work.
No word. Okay. So
Word.
you worry.
Yes.
Right? And you worry that you don't have enough vocabulary. No word comes up. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm worried. I speak pronunciation not good, and everybody don't understand me.
Okay.
And I am worried. Everybody wait to hear me. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
worried about that.
So why do you worry that people have to wait for you?
Because no word for this.
What's wrong with people waiting for you?
Làm phiền tiếng Anh. Làm phiền là sao?
You don't want
Bother.
to bother them,
Bother.
inconvenient
Yeah,
them.
bother them. Yeah.
Why would bothering people be a problem? So what?
Why you care?
Yeah, why would you care?
Why you care?
Why would you care about people being bothered or inconvenient?
Inconvenient them.
I want everybody happy, and I want they always happy when they stay with me. When they stay with me, I want they happy.
Okay. Wouldn't speaking English to another person who's trying to speak with you make them more happy than not speak English?
No.
Right? You want people to be happy. Wouldn't speaking English with them make them more happy? So you're not really wanting people to be happy with you. There's something else here. Something else is going on here. Right? What are,
I'm worried.
yeah, you're worried is one of these self-limiting self-awareness. What are you really worrying about?
Well, you're afraid you're
Are
not good.
you, yeah, are you afraid of failing? Are you afraid that people will criticize you? You're afraid that you don't have enough knowledge, words. I don't have words. I don't have words.
Yes.
So all of these barriers, 6 layers of barriers that have been encasing you in this little shell, this little egg. And it seems that your desire is not clear. You say you want people to be happy, but would they be more happy if you speak English with them more often? So what kind of question have you been asking? Okay, what kind of question, now that we're on the topic of speaking English, ask a question of yourself. What is one question that you could ask of yourself that would help you speak English better and making other people happy?
I don't.
Or you could say in Vietnamese and then Frank will translate it.
Okay, let's go back to that idea that, I just said that you want people to be happy,
Yeah.
yet you're not speaking English to them, so you're not making people happy. How do you feel about that?
When I can speak English with everybody, I always hide them. Yes, hide them. I think not English, not only English. That is problem for me about Vietnamese. Yes, that the reason when I enjoy the room, the Zoom, I always hide and not turn on camera and not communicate with everybody by Vietnamese. Yeah.
You don't even speak Vietnamese, okay.
Yes, speak Vietnamese. Me too. Not English, not other language. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So why not? Why not open the camera and talk to other people?
I'm shy. Signs. Mắc cỡ. Sign.
Shy.
Yeah, shy.
Where
Yeah.
being shy, okay?
Yeah, I'm so shy. Shy.
So shy is usually fear of criticism and judgment, right?
And inside me, always empty. I cannot speak something. I don't know why, but always inside me, empty.
Okay. Is it real emptiness or is it just lack of words? And okay, I think I get what you're saying. Okay. Okay, so let's ask a question, okay? So we're on the idea of realization. If we come to a realization, we will understand and we will experience transformation. The realization comes with the right kind of question. It is possible that you haven't really asked much question, or you have been asking question that is going against your desire. Okay, so the question is, do you really want to speak English well? Right? Do you really want to speak English well? I think that's a good question. Do you really want to speak English?
I really want to speak
Okay.
English.
Do you really want to speak better English well?
Yes, sure.
Do you really want to interact with people and improve your relationship health with other people?
Yes, I want communicate with everybody. I want my life better. I want live in US better.
Okay.
Yeah. I want my son when he grow up, I can communicate with him by English.
Okay.
A little bit worry when he grow up. If you don't don't want to speak with me, if I don't know English, maybe it's a problem for me. Yeah, that's why I want to speak English well.
Okay. So on the one hand, yeah, go ahead.
And I want give us my gift that my value to everybody. But I have a lot of công cụ là gì?
Means, which is tools,
Tool, yeah.
tools and means, ability,
Yeah.
tools mean ability, okay.
I have a lot of tour in my life, and I want to share with everybody around me. I hope they get better, their life better, and I want to share something by my tour I have, but that's why I want to speak English fluently.
Okay, so you are, at least you are blessed and fortunate to have a lot of positivity in alignment with your desire. But the fact that you haven't achieved or realized the desire, made that a reality, is because there's still some negativity regarding that. You have worries, fear. Those worry and those fear counteract the effort that you put in. This is an important part. Okay, this is an important part. Wanting something is good. Okay, wanting something is going to get with the current. Universal laws and universal principles and natural law will help us achieve what we want if we go along the current. If we focus on what we want, we're going to get it. laws of cause and effect. If you want a mango seed, fruit, you can plant a mango seed, you're going to get a mango fruit. However, we also have fears and worries. Those are the negative thing that is working against us in the opposite direction. So on the one hand, you have positive desire. You have things that you want that go along with what you want. But our fear and our worry is preventing us from achieving that desire. So think about that. If we focus on the positive, then you're going to get it. But we are also investing in a lot of negativity. You're investing in the fear and in the worry, and so you waste all that effort. On the one hand, you study English. On the other hand, you waste all that effort with the fear and the desire and the worry. Does that make sense?
Yes, makes sense.
It's like the room, the candle. I mean the house. The principle of light, right? So the principle of light, if not speaking English is considered like the darkness, all you have to do is focus on learning English. But in addition to turning on the candle of learning English, you're blowing out the candle every time you fear and you worry. Every time you are afraid to speak, you are blowing cold air onto the candle of learning. You don't get a chance to practice, and so your English does not improve. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's why Marianne said at the beginning, just speak like a little kid. Mama, Dada, they don't know how to speak English. They're not afraid. Nobody is going to criticize a baby for mispronouncing a word. But as adult, we are afraid that people will criticize us. They won't like us. They won't be happy with us. And as a result, we go back into our shell, put a protective shell around it. So we don't break out of the shell. We don't practice. We don't speak English. We don't open our Zoom, and we don't interact with other people out of fear of criticism, out of worry that we make other people unhappy, make other people wait for us, make other people feel inconvenienced. So those fear and those worry, it's like blowing cold air onto your candle. All your effort in learning English will become nothing because you've blown out the candle with your fear and worry.
Have you anyone ever criticize you though? Like, like say, oh, your English is bad. Nobody, right? Not here in America, right? Because I mean, just speak it. Nobody say, "Oh my God, your English is bad." I mean, their English is at bad too. So you just speak it. It's and if they criticize you, like, oh yeah, then speak. Show me how good your English is, so I can learn from you. You see, so that you encourage them, and they encourage you. So it's just the what do you say, Frank? Like perception.
It's our perception.
Yeah, perception. Là chị nghĩ thôi, chị nghĩ trên đầu thôi chứ it's not real. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the real, I think, I don't give everybody value when we communicate together. That's why I don't say anything.
No, you give them value.
Yeah.
Your appearance, your smile, and you trying to speak English. That the value. You encourage them. That encourage.
Thank you.
Yeah, that encouragement. Like, that encouraged me too, because I mean I've been here for a year, but I still don't speak very well. Sometimes Frank have to correct me, and then I appreciate it. Yeah, you just speak, and then when you speak, incorrectly, people will correct you. Then you learn and say, "Oh yes, thank you." That's the right way. Just like my daughter, I speak whatever, and then she's corrected me too. And I said, yeah, when you see mommy's don't speak English correctly, just correct me. Otherwise, I would, would never learn. And she did. She does all the time. She said, "Oh, mommy, this is a polite way to say it." Giống như mình nói tiếng Anh, mình nói kiểu bồi á,
Yeah.
So then my daughter, no, mommy, that's impolite.
I remember last year my son, when I was practice English with him, he always say, "No, mom, talk Vietnamese with."
Okay.
Nói
So,
tiếng Việt với con.
Oh, he want to learn Vietnamese though.
Lúc đó là ông bị tính, ông bị speak English not good, and he can understand, and he was speak Vietnamese with, but now when I speak English, he don't say that. Maybe my English pronunciation better. I think so.
That's good. Now, Faith, help.
so in the last 5-10 minutes, I purposely said nothing. I just let you talk.
Right.
Right? You see that you contributed value to other people simply by talking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the word just came out. There was no empty. There was no emptiness of, you wasn't missing any word. The word just came out. Did you get that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can.
Yeah, you don't.
Can.
When you feel comfortable.
You comfortable, you just talk. That's it.
Yeah, when you feel comfortable, you just talk. You don't have to think ahead. So just just like that. And don't care about people. Here in America, don't care about other people think. Don't care about people say. Just live your own life. That's how American are. They like that. So.
Thank you.
Okay. So did you experience any new realization from that little interaction?
Thank you.
Okay. Did you experience any new reality from that little interaction? Let's save that for later. Okay. We'll go back
Yeah.
to Umbi. There are many more tools. There are many more not many, just a few handful more principles. When we get to the root cause for the formula, when we get to the formula for the root cause of life, when we get to the human construct, when we get to the reality triangle, we will apply those tools, and Umbi will walk out of here with a new reality when it comes to speaking English and speaking in front of people in general. Okay, but for now, okay, for now, let's move on to this topic. Okay, this is an important topic that will help us expand our circle of knowledge. So consider that we know things. We all know things. Okay, we all know things, and we also know that we know them. Okay, for example, we know how to speak English. We know how to speak Vietnamese. And we know that we know how to speak English and we know how to speak Vietnamese. So I'm going to circle that up. Okay, that is a circle of what we know. At the same time, there are things that we know, but we have forgotten. Okay? When we were in elementary school, high school, we may have learned something, so that became a part of our knowledge, but over time, we forgot. And we know that we forgot. And can you see that the stuff that we know, but we have forgotten, is generally more than the stuff that we know now, but we know that we know? Yeah?
Yeah.
The older we are, the more years we have spent learning, the more we have forgotten, even though we have come to know it a lot. We know, but we've forgotten a lot of things. Okay. Give me one moment here. So the circle of I know but I've forgotten is generally bigger than the circle that I know and I know, right? And then outside of this circle, other stuff that we don't know, right? There are many things that we don't know. I don't know how to fly an airplane. I don't know how to speak Chinese. I don't know how to cook. Besides from cooking eggs and noodles, I don't really know how to cook. But the thing is, I know that I don't know. So I know that there are a lot of things that I don't know. And when we consider all the things that we don't know, but we know that we don't know, would you agree that it is more than the stuff that we know, and even more than the stuff that we know and we have forgotten, right?
Right. We don't.
Yeah, there's so much that we don't know, but we know that we don't know them. Okay. Of course, because we know that we don't know them, we could always go after that knowledge. If I know that I don't know how to speak Chinese, I can always go learn Chinese, and then the knowledge of Chinese will become part of my I know that I know. Okay, so the stuff that we don't know is vast, but it is part of our awareness and perception that there are things that we don't know, but we know that we don't know. And then there's stuff that we don't know, but we don't even know that we don't know. Okay. So name one thing that you don't know that you don't even know.
How can I know?
How can you know
Yeah.
something that you don't know that you don't know?
Oh.
It's out there in a vast nothingness, emptiness. It is, our mind, we go blank, our mind goes paralyzed when we think about the stuff that we don't know, don't we know? Because if we have an awareness that we don't know them, then it belongs into this circle. We can always go after that knowledge and we could make it known. But there's stuff that we don't know that we don't even know. Okay, so this stuff could be infinite, right? Infinite things that we don't know that we don't know.
Right.
But just for the sake of easy reference, we're just gonna draw a circle around that so we can refer to it as a circle. Okay. So, and give me a moment to check my note.
So the don't know is the biggest circle.
The don't know is the biggest circle. Okay. And interestingly enough, a lot of the things that transform us are the thing that lies in the I don't know. You didn't know it before, because once again, if it belong in know that I don't know, then you could always, you know, voluntarily go after that knowledge. You just learn it, it becomes part of your knowledge. Okay. So when we kind of take a step back and we look at it, and we realize that, you know, the stuff that we know, it's kind of limited, and the stuff that we know but we've forgotten, it's a lot more than that. And the stuff that we know that we don't know, it's more than that. But compared to all the things that we don't know, our actual knowledge is very little, right? And because it's so little, we can kind of feel humble about it, right? There's no need to be prideful and arrogant about how much we know, because really, compared to what we don't know, we don't know very little. We don't know very much. It's very little. Okay. But what's useful about this circle is that if we can come to an awareness of what we do know, what I know, and we know distinctly what we don't know, then we can always go after the knowledge. We can consciously expand our circle of knowledge using this circle of knowledge. Because without realizing the stuff that we don't know, then we never really know where to go to increase our knowledge. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the benefit of knowing what you know and knowing what you don't know is that we can consciously and voluntarily go after the knowledge that we want. Okay. And so I'm not, let me check real quick. Hang on. I have to check my note on this one because I'm not very good with this part of the the lesson. Okay, so let's draw a different circle. Okay.
Me too. I'm really confused about this concept.
Yeah. The important is not so much the circle, but the concept has to do with our interaction with other people.
Right. The
Okay.
only thing I learned is like, okay,
Exactly. Yeah.
be comfortable and
So this is what we know. Okay. This is what we know. Okay. We have our circle. This is what we know that we have forgot. Okay. This is a very powerful principle, but I need to make sure that I present it correctly. Know that we don't know. And then that we don't know. Know that we don't know. Okay. So this is a circle. But here's the thing. Another person that we talk to, they also have their circle. They know what they know. Right? There are also stuff that they know that they have forgot. And that they know that they don't know. We're talking about human experience, so it's important to understand other people's perception that they don't know. That they don't know. So another, this blue one represents another person. But they also have their circle of knowledge. Okay, so we know what we know, and then the person know what they know. And when we compare it, we realize that, first of all, we don't know much, so we can afford to be a little humble about what we know. We could be a PhD in a certain field, but compared to many other fields, we don't know much. Another person, they have their own circle of knowledge. There are things that they know, there are things that they don't know, but they only also limited to only what they know. And so their circle of don't know is also very big. So when we compare ourselves to another person, we don't really have the need to feel superior over them, nor do we need to feel inferior over them in our interaction with another person. Let's take a story, for example. A rich business, successful businessman, okay, a successful businessman goes to Vietnam and he wanted to visit his relative. And in order to visit his relative, he has to cross a river. And the only way to cross the river is by getting on a boat with a ferryman, a boatman. Now, this boatman is not educated. He doesn't know anything about business. He never went to school. He only knows how to row the boat from one side of the river to another. And so a rich businessman, very successful person, very knowledgeable person gets onto the boat and ride the boat across the river. And as they were going, the rich businessman asked the ferryman, we call him the ferryman, do you know anything about the business? Do you know how to make a lot of money? And the ferryman said, I only know how to make money from rowing the boat across the river. The businessman said, you should learn economics. You should learn how to do business. You can make a lot of money if you know how to do business. You can expand your boat operation and make a lot of money. And so the ferryman, he just smiled and he kept on rowing. And as they were going, the businessman asked, do you know much about the cultures of the world? That being a successful businessman, he has to travel the world. He has to understand different culture, different economies so that he can make a lot of money, become successful. So he asked the ferryman, do you know about the cultures of the world? And the boatman said, I only know the people who get on the boat. I don't know much about the cultures of the world. And they keep on going. And as they were going, the boat started to take on water. There's a leak in the boat. The boat started to take on water. And the businessman tell to the boatman, look, your boat is taking on water. We should do something about it. And the boatman, the ferryman said, do you know how to swim? The businessman, unfortunately, doesn't know how to swim. So as the boat takes on water, it begins to sink. Eventually, the boatman has to carry the businessman onto shore. This story just kind of illustrates the difference between two people of what seemed to be one person who seemed to be very knowledgeable. Businessman knows a lot about economics, knows a lot about the cultures of the world. But when it comes to swimming across the river, he can't do it. The boatman is a simple man. He doesn't go to school. He doesn't know economics. He doesn't know anything about the cultural world, but he only knows how to row a boat and he knows how to swim, and he is able to save the rich businessman from drowning. So it goes to show that what we know may be a lot in our field, but compared to other person, it could be nothing. We can know a lot about the culture of the world. We can know a lot about economics, but if we don't know how to swim, we can't even save ourselves. And the boatman, he knows the river, he knows the boat, that's all he knows, but that's enough for him to save another person's life when it comes to a boat sinking. So a lesson to be learned from this is that we don't have to be too prideful about our knowledge. You know, people who seem to always express what they know, and they see themselves as being knowledgeable, oftentimes, do we not do that with our children? As parents, we know more, so we expect our children to listen to us. Okay? And so when we interact with people, we don't need to be too prideful about it, nor should we be very inferior about it, because the thing we know may be more than they. So in the case of Ambi, for instance, you may not know a lot of English words, but the next person that you talk to, they may be a PhD who knows a lot of English words. But if you are a simple boat person who rows the boat, and if your knowledge is how to swim across the river, or if your knowledge is the philosophy of education that we are using, the fundamentals of human being, if your knowledge is how to be happy, if your knowledge is how to be healthy and how to have a healthy, harmonious relationship, then can you afford to try to speak more English so that you can help the other person who seems to have a lot of English, but they don't know anything about health and happiness? Once we realize that what we know is only what we know, we don't need to be prideful about it over other people. But at the same time, the knowledge that we have could be very valuable to other people who seem to know a lot, but if they don't know the kind of knowledge that we do, then would it be a good idea to try and share it with other people, to remove some of your barriers and actually speak, right? So that's the first part of the sharing, is that by knowing what you know, we can come to expand our knowledge. Okay, that's number one. And at the same time, by recognizing that everybody have their own circle of knowledge, and they have also a vast circle of what they don't know and what they don't know. And so compared to what we don't know, then our total knowledge is so very little. Right? There's really no need to compare at all because it's so very little. Okay, the next part is in our interaction with other people. Okay, so let me go back to this picture. So when we interact with other people, we are using knowledge, right? Our own knowledge. Would you agree with me? When we speak to another people, we can only speak from the circle of our knowledge, our knowing that I know. We can't use what we know, but we forgot because it's, we forgot it. We can't talk about something that we have forgot.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot talk to other people from a circle of what I know that I don't know. I can't use Chinese to speak to another person because I don't know Chinese, even though that I know that I don't know how to speak Chinese. And it's impossible to pull anything out of what you don't know that you don't know. So we can only speak to another person from the circle of I know that I know. Easy to understand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. However, when we speak to another person from using what I know that I know, when you speak to another person, there is let's say, I'm going to draw this another way, okay? So when we speak to another person, we speak to them from our from our circle of knowing. When we speak to another person, we can only use the knowledge that comes from our own circle. But when we speak to them, it may touch upon their circle of knowledge, what they already know. When we speak to another person, we may touch upon what they already know. If we speak to them and touch upon what they already know, one of two things can happen. Either they agree with us or they disagree with us. If they agree with us, fine. If they disagree with us, we argue. But when we speak to another person and we touch upon what they already know, what our knowledge and their knowledge, it doesn't contribute any new knowledge. It contributes no new knowledge value to another person when we speak from the circle of our own knowing, because they already know it. That's an important key. We contribute no value to another person when we speak to another person from the circle of our own knowledge. They can disagree or agree with it, but it contributes no new value. We cannot expand the circle of knowledge. So there's really no value in a conversation in terms of knowledge when we speak from our own knowledge. If we speak from our own knowledge and we happen to touch upon the part that another person has already forgotten, what happened? We just reminded them. They know something, they've forgotten it, and we talk to them about it, they remember it. Great. Now that it becomes their circle of they know and they know. But here's the thing. There's a reason they forgot it in the first place. Usually because it's not important. If a piece of information has become forgotten, that is because it's not important enough for the person to remember in the first place. Think about phone numbers. Do we not remember phone numbers that are important to us? And the phone numbers that are not important, we've forgotten it. Or how about certain kind of math formula when we learn in school? Certain things that it's important to us, we retain, but certain mathematical formula, if we don't, it's not important to us, we've forgotten it. So when we talk to another person using the circle of our knowing, and we touch upon what they know, but they've forgotten, fine, you reminded them, but because it's not important enough, they've forgotten in the first place, you're reminding them they remember, but that still contributes no value because it's not important. You get that so far?
Yes.
Yeah. And then if we talk to another person from the circle of our own knowing, and it touch upon the circle that they know that they don't know. So this is something new to them. Okay. You touch upon the circle that they know that they don't know, then you basically teach them something new. However, if it falls within their I know that I don't know circle, then is it really important? Because if it is really important, then they would have proactively come to know it in the first place. If another person tried to teach me to speak Chinese, okay, thank you for teaching me Chinese. But if speaking Chinese was important enough for me, I would have voluntarily gone to learn Chinese. If somebody tried to teach me a couple of Chinese words, I might be able to learn it. But because it's not important enough for me to have gone to study in the first place, pretty soon it will fall into my I know but forgot. Because it's not important to me. So when we speak to somebody from the circle of our own knowledge, it may touch upon what they know that they don't know, but if they don't know, then it's not important enough. They will have forgotten it pretty soon after the conversation, and so we have not contributed any knowledge value to the other person's life. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And then in our interaction with other people, if we happen to say something and it falls within their circle of don't know. They didn't know anything about it, and they didn't even know that they didn't know about it. What's going to happen is that they will experience a sort of mental paralysis. They will go blank. They will, huh?
Right.
It is like speaking a foreign language to another person who has never had a conception of that knowledge in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
It's speaking a foreign language to a person who has never heard that language before. And so they would be like, I have no idea what you're talking about. They experience a sort of mental paralysis. So how can we ever hope to help anybody expand their knowledge? How can we ever hope to help our children, teach our children anything? How can teacher hope to teach any student anything? But if we use what we know, we have a lot of knowledge, we use what we know and we tell them, and if it falls in that circle of they know, then they may either argue or agree or disagree, but that contributes no value because they already know it. We may remind somebody of something they've forgotten it, but if it's not important, they will have forgotten it again. We may tell somebody something new that they have not known, but they know that they don't know. They will have forgotten it again soon as well, because it's not important enough for them to have come after that knowledge on their own in the first place. So how can we ever hope to help anybody increase their knowledge? Okay, so here's a story. Okay, our master, when he was young, he was a very knowledgeable person. He is a scholar. Okay, he knows a lot. He studied a lot. He accumulated a lot of knowledge, and he loves to share knowledge with other people. Even as early as his 20 years old, he was already very knowledgeable. So one day he visited a Zen temple, and he met a Zen master. He goes to the Zen temple in order to learn and then to share his knowledge. And he met a Zen master. At that time, the Zen master was reading a book. And he approached the Zen master, hoping to learn from the master a thing or two. And he asked the master, "What are you reading?" And the Zen master say, "Oh, some book. But tell you the truth, by the time I finished reading, I've forgotten everything that I've read." The old master say, "I've forgotten everything I've read." So our teacher, young man at that time, very knowledgeable, proceeded to share his knowledge with the old master. He at that time had acquired the knowledge of how to read, retain information very quickly and very easily. So he proceeded to share the ideas and the concept of how to read and retain information from books to this old master, hoping to help the master retain the information from the book he's read. Because the master said, by the time I finished reading, I've forgotten everything. So the master indulged him for about half an hour or so. And about after half an hour, the master said, "Young man, I appreciate you sharing me the concept of how to read book and remember. But to tell you the truth, it's not so much that I've forgotten what I've read. It is that I have erased my memory. I have intentionally erased what I've read from memory. So I don't remember what I read." So our teacher, a young man at that time, 20 years old, was taken aback. "Yes, master, what are you doing? Why would you waste time reading and then erasing your memory?" And so the master said, "Well, I just read for fun. But if I retain the memory, then that memory becomes a part of my knowledge. And if I use my knowledge to help other people, they will not understand. If I use my knowledge to help other people, they will not understand." So I have to erase my mind. It is the reason is many people come to the Zen temple. Many people have different levels of education. Some are PhDs, some are just regular lay people, farmers, workers, some are young children. If I use my knowledge and tell people, then they will not understand. In fact, some young people, some students are more knowledgeable than me. If I pull knowledge from the scriptures and I quote the scriptures, I might not even grasp the scripture more than the student themselves. A lot of young people have great memories today. They have great knowledge. As is the case of our teacher, 20-year-old, has a lot of knowledge. If the master say, if I use my own knowledge to help other people, they will not understand. In order to help other people, I have to be able to speak from their knowledge. I had to use other people's knowledge in order to help them understand. Okay? I cannot help people understand by speaking from my own knowledge. I can only help people understand by speaking from their own knowledge. Okay, that's an important key in this lesson today. You can only help other people understand by speaking from their knowledge. And what does that mean?
You have to find out, right?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, like how do you know what they know?
Exactly.
How can you find out?
How can you find out?
Yeah.
Okay, how can you find out what they know? The only way to know what other person know is to find out. Right? The only way to know what other person know is to find out. And to do that, you ask. You ask them. Okay. You ask them how? You ask with humbleness and authentic desire to know. You ask another person with an authentic desire to know. And it is helpful to erase your mind, just like the old Zen master did. Because if we have a lot of stuff in our head already, we have too much knowledge already, it's going to be difficult to gain the knowledge from another person. So we ask with humbleness and an authentic desire to know. Okay? And what is the advantage of that? The advantage of that is we are going to understand where the other person comes from. We are going to understand what they know.
Mm-hmm.
Great teachers, whether it's elementary school, secondary school, college, or high school, great teachers are the people who approach a lesson from the knowledge of the student. If the teacher is trying to teach, let's say, multiplication and division, that teacher has to first establish what the student know about adding and subtraction. If the student has never learned addition and subtraction, and you're trying to teach them multiplication and division, you're using your own knowledge, applying to what they know, that may fall into that what they don't know, they don't know, they cannot learn. So when you are tutoring a child or somebody, let's say in math, first you have to establish, oh, do they know how to add and subtract? Do they know how to recognize number in the first place, right? 1 + 1 = 2. 2 + 2 is 4. Then we can teach them that 2 multiplied 2 is also 4. Okay? It's that simple. when we talk to another person, you know, in our relationship, whether they are our spouse or our children or our coworker, and we have a great idea and we want to share that idea. That idea could be this philosophy of root education, fundamentals of being human, how to become happy and healthy. We have this great, all this great idea. It is our knowing. But if we just jump in and tell people what we know without finding out what they already know, then they will not understand us. So that in order to help another person understand this material, especially those of you who are in the mental wit program, or you're going to be in a mental wit program, first we have to learn to ask the other person. And you ask with humbleness and authentic desire to know. When we're interacting with other people and they are talking, we have to learn to listen. We have learned to listen in order to know what the other person said. There's an advantage to that. When we ask with humbleness and authentic desire to know, we will actually expand our own circle of knowledge. Not only we have what we know, but when we ask and we listen, we expand our knowledge. We are now incorporating what the other person knows. When we incorporate what other person know into our own knowledge, then now we can speak to the other person in their own circle of knowledge. Do you get that?
Yeah, but when is the good time to introduce this knowledge though? You know, like let's say it's at work, you know, my co-worker said, you know, I'm very, you know, angry at so and so and so. Is it a good time to introduce this knowledge to them, this concept?
Good question, and I'm glad you asked. Okay, so we're gonna share the next the next principle with that directly answer that question. It begins with the statement from the Zen master. The Zen master just say, if you speak from another person's knowledge, you will make them understand. Okay, if you speak from your own knowledge, you don't help them understand. You speak from their own knowledge, and it helps them understand. Our teacher, after many years of struggling with it, he didn't get it right away. It takes him a long time, further research, further contemplation, and eventually he came up with a formula. Okay, and the formula is like this. If you want to help another person understand, it has these, we'll break it up into different steps. Okay, if you want to help somebody know something, we have to establish or come to find out their belief. Okay, if we want somebody to understand or comprehend a concept, if we want them to understand, we have to find out what it is that they already know. Okay. Understand it's just simple. Okay. If we want them to, we're going to go to a deeper level of understanding. We're going to call it comprehension. Okay. Comprehend. In order to help somebody fully comprehend it, something, you have to find out what it is that they have been inquiring. Remember that inquiry?
Mhm.
Yeah, we have to find out what they have been inquiring for a long time. And finally, most importantly, if we want to cause some kind of change, transformation, if we want somebody to experience a transformation, we have to establish their desire. Do they really want to change? Just because we want another person to change doesn't necessarily mean they want to change. Remember the earlier statement I said, to want to change another person is the beginning of suffering. To want to change yourself is the beginning of happiness. Most of us, we want other people to change. We want other people to change their behavior, but they don't want to change their behavior. They'll find the way they are. Before we can work on causing them to another person to change, you have to establish the desire. We can initiate or we can stimulate their desire by promoting and talking about the value of a certain knowledge. And in order for them to know about the knowledge, we have to kind of work on the belief system. They have to believe us. Do you find that it's easy to gain a knowledge from somebody when we believe that person? If we're, let's say, a Christian, and we believe that the priest has the answer, we come to the priest, and then whatever the priest says, we believe. And so we come to the knowledge. If we're a Buddhist and we believe that the monk or the Zen masters are the one who have the knowledge, and we believe that they are the one who have the answer, you just ask them and they say something and we believe it and we know it right away. It is the belief of a person that will open the door for them to gain knowledge. Human being, we have different perspective, remember? Let's we can draw another one. Human beings, we have
Right, like some
we tend to think in terms of science. We tend to think of religion or spirituality. Or we just have just morality, that is non-religious morality, okay, or common logic.
Mhm.
If we want another person to understand something or know something, find out what is their beliefs reference point is, with the belief system. Are they kind of scientific person? Do they like to talk in terms of religion and spirituality? Or if they just need common logic or common sense? Once we establish that, then it's easier to speak to them in their circle of knowledge, their language. Once you understand that the person's belief system is usually revolves around, let's say, science, then you can find out what they know about science and help them understand from a scientific point of view.
Mhm.
If a person is a religious person, when I speak to a person, I always find some way to sort of kind of throw in a question. Oh, I interact with patient. I am a EKG technician at a medical outpatient facility. And my goal is to help people come to a better understanding, better comprehension, and have more knowledge about health and happiness. Most of the time when patient comes into my clinic, they are trying to remove the darkness from the room. They're trying to fix a health problem. They're sick, right? They're sick, they come in and they want the doctor to fix them. This is fine. We need that, you know, in order to survive. But during that, my interaction with them, my job is to do tests. I check their heart. I check the EKG, which is the electrical activities of the heart. Okay, Vietnamese is đo điện tâm đồ. So as I was doing the checking and the testing, I got a chance to talk to them about their life. I asked them about, do they experience stress and things like that. And I will try to determine if this person, from their answer, they will determine if the person is a scientific person, are they a religious person. If some people say that I am blessed to have, you know, the kind of health that I do, or I am fortunate, or I am blessed to have this wonderful doctor, then those keywords, and that tells me, oh, this person is kind of spiritual and religious because they use the word blessed.
Yeah.
If they say, oh, I'm just lucky, you know, I'm just lucky, then they could be just a common logic kind of person.
Right.
If they start talking about their DNAs, and then my doctor tell it is my gene and my DNA that is the source of my illness, oh, then that's probably a scientific kind of person.
Right.
And during my interaction with people, as I talk to them about health, I will quote the definition of health by the World Health Organization. And I'll say things like, health, according to the World Health Organization, health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. And I would ask questions like, what do you do to take care of your health? Okay, I would ask a question like, do you practice, people might say things like, I'm really stressed, you know, I'm really stressed. So I would ask them, what do you do to take care of your stress? And we're beginning with their language, their knowledge. They only know stress. Okay,
Right.
so, okay, they say, oh, I'm really stressed. I say, okay, so what are you stressed about? They say life, I mean, family, jobs. Okay, from then we determine which areas, remember those areas of life, the family, or is it the finance, or is it the mental health that's, or you know, that's in trouble. Simple question like that can help us identify where the person is coming from, what their knowledge is. If their knowledge is focused on their relationship, or on their physical health, or on the mental health, or in their finances, we establish what they know. And then I would throw in question like, so what do you do to relieve stress? Okay, some people say they'll exercise, other people say they pray. See? When they say that, you can, okay, so this is a religious person. Then I can find out, oh, okay, so you pray which religion? They may say they're Christian, may say they're Buddhist or Muslim or something like that. If they're Christian, then I can speak to them from the Christian perspective, pull out some quote from the Bible, tell them that Jesus and his disciple used to cure people, heal people, but they didn't give out medicine. Jesus and the disciple didn't perform surgery or give out medicine. They can heal people using energy. And human being, we can do that too. Okay, so that's my chance to introduce other knowledge about health practices, energy meditation, energy practice, for example. Right, so that's how you find out what the other person's knowledge is. Hey, bye con, yeah, good boy. My son's going to Sunday school. So, right, do you get that so far? So in our interaction with our friend or co-worker, we can ask just simple question, how are you doing? And they may tell you they're stressed or something like that, or they're sick or something like that. And the asked question is, what are you doing to alleviate stress or to deal with your health? And at some point, we'll have to ask, do you want to change?
Right.
You actually want
To change.
better health. Because some people are so how do you say, so entangled, so attached to suffering that they are not ready to let go. Okay, so we have to learn to respect that. Not everybody is ready to become better. We have to find out what it is that they've been wondering. Do they really want to know how to get better? Do they really want to find out how to become healthier? It is only in their inquiry that we can help them comprehend something. Oftentimes, a lot of people are perfectly fine with the way they are. And at that point, we initiate that statement that people have no problem. I don't need to change them. Because wanting to change the other people is the beginning of suffering. Wanting to change ourselves is the beginning of happiness. And if we can work on becoming happier and healthier, then it is possible that the light within us will start to initiate the desire. One day, when we're happy and healthy, our colleagues or our coworker or our friend or family member or neighbor, they may ask, "Ooh, how did you become so healthy and happy?" And then we can tell them, do you really want it? Are you asking because you just want information? Is it a chit chat, or do you really want to become healthy and happy? If they just want to chit chat, then you establish the belief, what they know, what they've been inquiring, and you can help them know, you can help them understand or comprehend. But if they have a desire to become healthy and happy like ourselves, then we can use this methodology to help them transform. Transformation doesn't necessarily require them to understand. They just need to know a little bit, and then they transform. On the other hand, there are people who want the knowledge, but they don't care to transform. That's fine too. Okay, some people just want to know, what are the steps to eating healthy? What are the best ways to exercise? You can expand their circle of knowledge, and then they can go and they can talk to other people about it, but they will not practice it, and that's fine too. Indirectly, you can probably help that indirect person to experience a transformation.
Right, but the barriers I have is like here in Arizona, a lot of Hispanic people, and their diet is very like their diets contain a lot of fat. Like they eat burrito,
Carbohydrate.
and
Fat and carbohydrate.
a lot of calories. So when they look at me, I'm happy, healthy, and and said, "Yeah, look at her. She don't drink soda. All she have is just water all day. No young food, nothing. Oh, that's why she healthy and happy." Yeah, so it's hard to, even though I want to introduce this knowledge concept to them, but it's difficult because they think because I'm Asian, like Asian people always look younger than their age. They have healthy lifestyles and things like that. So yeah, so it's like I feel like I would never have a chance to introduce what I learned from this knowledge. Yeah, so that's one of my barrier.
That's fine. In order to stimulate another person's desire, we have to promote the knowledge. Okay. On the one hand, we work on us becoming a better person. We work on becoming the 7 riches. Improve our wisdom, improve our attitude, improve our character, our integrity, our physique, our ability, Okay. When we improve that, we build our image as somebody that is more mature, somebody that is more integrity. At the same time, we have to promote the knowledge. Say, well, I didn't, I wasn't always like this. But after taking a series of course and education, I was able to transform my life around. Would you be interested in learning how to transform your own life?
Okay.
They may say no. Okay. They may say, no, I'm not interested. But there may be people, who, see that you're thinner and you're healthier, and they may ask, oh, how do you do it? How did you do it? Right? If they ask you, how do you do it? That is at least a desire to know. That is when you can establish what is the belief, the knowledge, or the inquiry. Find out if they really want to know, or is it just a passing conversation? And if it's a passing conversation, then you may not have to go into details about the principle. You may have to go into details about the reference point, but practice this principle of knowledge, understanding, comprehension, and transformation. Practice it, and see if we can establish what they believe, what they already know, and what are kind of inquiry. And once you grasp that they are ready to transform, then we can give them the knowledge that will help them transform.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yes.
And we can't forget that the fundamental principle, the desire to change the other person, is the beginning of suffering. We look around and we see other people as having problems, and we want to fix them. It doesn't work. That's trying to remove the darkness from the room. It just doesn't work. The only way to do that is to improve ourselves, to become a fully mature, grown person, to be the kind of beacon of light that other people want to imitate and become. That is how you initiate the desire. Just look at the famous people, right? Look at the superstars, right? Whether there's the actors and actresses or the athlete. Those athletes don't begin by going around and teaching people how to become athlete. They became super athlete themselves. Then other people come to them and say, how do you do it? How do you do it? I want it. I want it. Then, they can share it or not share it. All right. Same with being rich. We already established that being monetary rich is not all that desirable if we can't have the physical body, a healthy body, to maintain the richness, if we don't have the character and integrity. So when we work on becoming holistically, comprehensively, and totally rich, then at some point we will become a desirable kind of person. He's the kind of person that people want to imitate, the kind of person that people will be attracted to. It's the same thing with attracting a soulmate. You want to become the kind of people, the kind of person that will attract your soulmate. You don't go around and try to find a soulmate. You just become the kind of person that is deserving and that attract appropriate kind of people as your soulmate. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So
yeah.
So become what you wanted first, right? Like, yeah. And then when they looked at you and they said, oh yeah, I admire, your life, your lifestyle, whatever.
Yeah.
You get a chance to, find out what they know, what they don't know, what they desire. Okay. Yeah. Good idea. Thanks.
Yeah. So to be the change that you want to see in the world, right? Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change that you want to see in the world.
Right.
If you want your friend, your coworker to be happy and healthy, we do have to become happy and healthy. And at the same time, we do need to understand the circle of knowledge, the principle, so that at appropriate time, we will be able to apply it to ourselves, to other people, so that we can help them. Do we
Right.
want to help people? Yes, we do. But expecting people to change is counter to the flow of universal principles and natural law. You can help people without expecting them to change. You can change people without expecting them to change.
Mm-hmm.
We can change people by changing ourselves first. At the same time, expand our own knowledge, expand our transformative knowledge. We don't need to learn much. We don't need to go to years of school, right? We have already gone through many years of school. And while that helped us survive in the physical world, that may or may not have given us the health and the happiness and the relationship that we want. But with this 24-hour transformative knowledge interaction, we can and we will. Yeah.
Yeah, the degree is just a piece of paper.
Well, it'll get you a job. It'll get you, certain things.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily make you a healthy and happier person. We may be happy in a short amount of time if we have a degree. We may get a well-paying job, or we can start a business. But after a while, we will have to learn how to maintain good health and our finances as well. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So, do we need a break before we jump to the next interaction?
Yeah. How long is the break?
Let's take have a 15-minute break. Okay.
Oh, really?
I want to give Ambi a chance to get back into the Zoom. Ambi's my wife, by the way. She just took our son to Sunday school, so I want her to be in the interaction when we get to the formula for the root cause of life.
Yeah. My daughter in Sunday school too, but over here it's on Sunday.
Mm.
It's the actual Sunday. Yeah. All right.
Okay, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Let me write that down. So.
That's good. I can do laundry. Back to cleaning.
Yeah. Let's say break until, so if anybody joined the Zoom, they can see. I'm going to say that 1 p.m. PST plus 3, that will be 4.
Is it 4 a.m.?
4:00, yeah, 4 a.m. In Vietnam.
I see. Okay.
Hopefully somebody will start to wake up soon. I know somebody went to take a long nap or a night sleep. Okay, so see you in a bit.
All right. See ya.